Laura Bilazarian and Rafi Krikorian, and we're the leadership team of HIVE. Before I get started, I just want to thank the Harald and Anna Hovnanian Foundation for sponsoring this amazing event and for really backing HIVE from its inception. I also want to thank Mary Lou and Pegor Papazian and the Tumo Center for graciously allowing us to host this event in this incredible space. For those of you who are not familiar with HIVE, HIVE is the first Armenian virtual incubator and network. We identify startups that are willing to hire talent in Armenia, and we invest up to $50,000 in these startups. We also match them with some of the most incredible advisors in the tech and entrepreneurial world all across the globe. So far, we have 7 portfolio companies, and we have 1,500 HIVE members. In fact, some of our portfolio companies are here today, so I just want to give a quick shout out to them. We have Discotech, which is the open table nightlife app where it allows you to book tables for clubs. They have 20,000 users right now, and they just signed a partnership with wanttickets.com. We also have News Deeply, which is a platform which allows individuals or organizations to really deeply understand a particular news subject across all mediums. We also have Code Fights, which is a gaming interface which allows engineers to compete against each other to find bugs in codes, and then gives this information or shares this information with some recruiters which allow them to identify the top engineering talent in the tech community. We're also joined by a handful of our other portfolio and network companies, including Teamable, PixArt, Legacy App, and LionSharp. So be sure to check out these companies. They're all hiring and they're all looking for funding. So today I am so excited to have some of the top engineering leaders here in this room from all across the globe that have flown to Armenia for the first time to share their insights with you. And I really especially want to thank Rafi Krikorian, who has joined as a director of HIVE and has helped us reach out to his amazing network to put this together. For those few of you that don't know, Rafi used to be the former VP of Platform Engineering at Twitter, and now he has recently joined Uber's Advanced Technology Centers to work on some of the cutting-edge technologies like machine learning and self-driving cars. So please kindly welcome Rafi Krikorian, who is going to be the MC of this event.
Thanks, guys. First off, thank you so much for making it out today. This event has been a couple of months in the making. So I actually formally introduced the idea of this event at USC in February. And someone asked me recently, like, when you talked about this at USC, did you even have the plan set forth? And I was like, kind of. Like, we kind of had everything in place, but not quite sure yet. So first off, thank you all again for coming. Thank you to my friends who are all, I managed to wrangle to actually spend some time here, spend the day with you here today. So I'll get more into details exactly how the day plays out after our first speaker, who I just want to introduce briefly. So our first speaker is Alexis Ohanian. He is one of the co-founders of a small site you may know called Reddit. And in a lot of ways, he's sort of been championing what the internet should look like, whether it be for free speech or whether it be for any other sort of things of net neutrality. Alexis has been on the forefront of making sure that everyone on the world knows how great the internet is, what the internet can really do for all of us, and why we should protect it in its current state. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Alexis for a few minutes, and then I'll see you a bit after that. Thanks.
Hey, everybody. Oh, I don't want to trip. How y'all doing? Barev. I am very happy to be back here in Hayastan. Not a lot of people know, when I first left Reddit in 2010, I left so that I could come here. I would have been 27. This is embarrassing. I would have been 27 years old, and I had never been to Hayastan. Here I was, this Armenian, had never been, and I wanted to go and I wanted to live here, and I lived here for about 4 months, loved it. I was working with an organization called Kiva, made a lot of friends. The legends of Armenian hospitality were very true, very incredibly true, and I've come back a few times since, been a part of the first TEDx here. It's been wonderful coming back now, this time because I got to bring my girlfriend, got to bring my dad again, and I got to bring my stepmom, Charlotte, and I promised them a view of Ararat for the first few days, and nothing was coming together. But this morning, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, so I got about 30 minutes to talk to you all. I want to share some stories from Reddit. I want to hopefully encourage you all to do some amazing things here in Armenia, because I'm very proud to be Armenian. And I know, a very generous introduction, Rafi, I really know what the power of the internet can do, because I've benefited from it. But more importantly, I have seen and worked with people over the last 10 years all over the world who have used this platform to do amazing things. And for a little country like Armenia, surrounded by a bunch of other countries that we don't always get on with, technology can be such an amazing way to succeed, such an amazing way for this country to grow economically, socially, in just leaps and bounds. Because the internet doesn't know borders, right? Our physical world's no borders, but the World Wide Web, if it is open and free and neutral, knows none. So Reddit's gotten pretty big, and I rejoined it. About 170 million people visit it every month, but when I started it, there were only 2 users, me and my friend Steve. Really, there were only 2 of us, and we had to fake it, so we submitted a bunch of links under different usernames so that people thought there were hundreds of people, but it was just 2. We weren't talking to each other. I don't want you to think that we didn't have comments yet, so it's not like I would post a comment and then I would be like, great comment, Alexis. It wasn't that bad, but we were faking the usernames. It was 2005 and we were fresh out of college, and there just wasn't really an easy way to get users. But today Reddit has managed to become the 10th biggest site in the United States, and I guess the 23rd in the world according to Alexa, if you can trust that. But it started with 2 people in an apartment. That's the part of the story that's most important, because if you look at all the platforms you probably can't live without, all the things on your smartphone right now, they all started about the same way. 2, 3, 4 people sitting together in an apartment with a few laptops. And I'm really fond of saying, in the Industrial Revolution, you needed a factory. You needed to open a factory to change the world. But in the Internet Revolution, you just need to open a laptop. And it really is true. And it's getting more and more true with every passing year. And with places like Tumo open, it will just accelerate this process here. And actually, when I was last in Armenia, it was just months before Tumo was opening. This is my first time actually coming here with it as an open and alive space. And to see all these kids running about is so heartening and so exciting. There are about 10,000 active communities on the platform now. There's an r/Armenia, a wonderful community. I hope you guys all subscribe to it. But they run the gamut. Whether you're into football, whether you're into My Little Pony, there's a community for you. Incidentally, there's a huge My Little Pony fan base on the internet. Some of you are nodding emphatically. You know what I'm talking about. It's a wonderful thing. But key here is that it started with just 2 people in a room pretending to be a few hundred. And it's grown. And now the front page is full of all kinds of stories and headlines. And I'm really proud. I got to shame Google yesterday. Because if you'll notice, we changed our logo for the 24th. April 24th is also my birthday, which, believe me, it's always been a big day for me. But we changed our logo yesterday. Google didn't. They should have, but oh well. If you can't see, there you go. But we do this. Oh, right on. We did this because hopefully, we had a few million people visit the site yesterday, and some percentage of them saw it. But it was really interesting to see over this last week more and more stories bubbling up. There's a section on Reddit called Today I Learned, and it's a community of people who just share basically the things they found on Wikipedia. And there was a post earlier this week about the Armenian genocide. There was a post earlier this week on Explain It Like I'm 5, which is a community of people who ask for complicated things to be explained as though it were explained to a 5-year-old, basically in plain English, in simple speak. And the discussion came up there too. It was very heartening to see that a platform that I had helped build was able to spread awareness about something that was very dear to me. And that was not why we created it. Let me stress that too. We created it because we didn't want to have real jobs, okay? A lot of founding stories get kind of mythologized as if the founders from the start wanted to just create something that was going to change the world, right? We really just didn't want to have real jobs. We just wanted to keep living like college students. So I would encourage you to have those big ambitions, but don't feel like you need to have some kind of grand plan figured out for how your thing is gonna change the world in 10 years. No. Just make something people want. And it's been also exciting because my grandfather's not here, he's in LA, 93 years young now. But at the time he was 92 and he didn't ask me anything interview, which is a really unique thing to Reddit. It's a crowdsourced, real-time interview with the internet. And it was amazing because he had no idea that it was even going on, because as far as he was concerned, I was just asking him questions off my computer, and 2 hours later we're done, and he's like, so is this thing gonna get started or what? I was like, no, Grandpa, those weren't like practice questions. You were answering questions to hundreds of thousands of people on the internet. He was like, oh, cool, all right. Very nonchalant about it. But his story is my story, in that everything that I think all of us get so excited about doing is because we know this opportunity that we have, and we want to take advantage of it, right? We realize how much people have worked to get us to where we are, and this is the University of Virginia. This is where I went to school. This is where I actually had my first entrepreneurial ambition, because I didn't want to wait in lines. Okay, so this is like 2004, and I didn't want to wait in lines for stuff. My friend Steve, this was the smartest phone back then, a Palm Trio. And my friend Steve had this really good idea. He was like, dude, we don't need to wait in lines anymore. We can just order it from our phones. I thought, that's not bad, man. We can maybe make a company out of that. Yeah. All right. Now, this is before the iPhone. This is before really smartphones. We thought we could do it with SMS. We could make it work. Ended up failing miserably. But this guy, Paul Graham, whose essays are freely available, whose essays you should absolutely read, he gave us a chance to start a company. He gave us $12,000. He said, here's some investment for you guys to work for 3 months. Don't build that weird phone ordering thing. Now, it was ahead of its time, I like to think. We called it My Mobile Menu, or which was going to be the way everyone was going to order food. You never have to wait in line. But he said, no, it's too early. That's dumb. Don't do it. Build something in a browser. And he was right. We ended up building Reddit, and obviously that worked out a lot better. But we had this opportunity. We didn't know anything about anything, but we had one advisor who was able to give us a check and give us some guidance, and that made all the difference. And so when I look around at things like HIVE and Tumo, I'm thinking, this is like deja vu, except it's happening here in Yerevan, and that's awesome. And this program, Y Combinator, has gone on to invest in plenty of companies other than just Reddit: Airbnb, Dropbox, Stripe, really the list goes on, a number of multi-billion-dollar companies. But they all got started the same way, and that was with a little bit of seed funding, right? That's the power of this technology, that it scales, that it grows. But it only works if you and your co-founder, that's me, I already had t-shirts with the mascot on it before we even had a product, which was a terrible idea. Make your products first. But it only works if you obsess over those little things, over those little product details of making something people want. This is actually, I don't often really show this, but this is the very first mock-up of Reddit. Back then it was called Snoo, because we thought people would ask, what's Snoo? And we'd be like, exactly. We couldn't afford, it was gonna cost $4,000 for this domain name, so I was like, nope. So we ended up going with Reddit, because I hoped people would say I read it on Reddit. Don't know if they say that, but that was the first version of it. And this is all just CSS, this is all just front end, there's nothing behind the scenes here. This was just a quick mock-up that we could use to maybe communicate what we're working on. Pretty influenced by like blogging platforms and Slashdot, frankly. We knew we had this idea of Karma Score. We stole that from Slashdot. We had this voting system back then. It was called Pops. If you can see this, like this one thing has 3,000 pops. I don't know what the hell I was thinking, but we weren't really terribly sure what we were doing. If this shows you anything, let it show you that the first version of Reddit was absolute just garbage. Like, we had no clue. But through some more iterations, we started thinking, maybe this works more like a feed reader. RSS readers were really hot back then. Remember those things? We knew that RSS would never catch on, just because I would never be able to, my dad would never be like, hey, check out this great RSS feed, son. That just doesn't roll off the tongue, right? But we took inspiration from different things there. But where it really clicked was while we were playing World of Warcraft. We both hit level 60 that summer. We played a lot of World of Warcraft. What we realized was special about this world was this sense of community, and how a bunch of people playing as orcs or Ls or humans with usernames could actually feel a sense of belonging, right? You create guilds. I don't know if any of you play World of Warcraft because I'm feeling kind of silly right now. There's a few people. Okay. But trust me, online communities can have as much substance and authenticity as offline ones, even when you're dressed up as an elf. And that was something we really took to heart because we realized if we can build a platform that recreates that just for a few hundred people so they can feel like they have this space, they can have this subreddit where they feel like there's this sense of community, amazing stuff can happen because they'll spend their days searching the internet for the best stuff, for the best cat photos or for the best news, or they'll take the time to invest in really thoughtful discussions and debates. We just need to build a decent system for them to do it. This was the first version we got online. All right, you want to talk about janky? All right, I stress to founders all the time, yeah, this is the first version of Reddit. I've invested in about 100 early stage companies now, and through YC, I've probably advised, at this point, over 1,000. So many startups get hung up on shipping, right? We have a 3-month window at YC. That was not by design. That was just how long summer was. But it ended up being a really nice metric. If a team couldn't ship something in 3 months, there was something fundamentally wrong, right? It's the founders hate each other, or they're just working on a problem that's just way too big, or they just can't ship. They're too worried about it being perfect. So I encourage you, like, if you ever wonder, look at the early photos of Twitter. Seriously, look at the screenshots. I didn't include this out of respect to Rafi. But seriously, like, it's janky. If you remember the first Facebook, with the creepy little Mark Zuckerberg head up in the corner, Google this stuff. It's janky, but it's okay, right? You have opportunities to iterate. The only way you're gonna know what to change, though, is once you get something in front of users. So this is a good reminder, also because it'll always prove what a jerk Steve is, because I have -1 karma. He downvoted the first thing ever submitted to Reddit. Yeah, so choose your co-founders wisely. No, but Steve, the thing that Steve and I got right was just this notion that if we put content first, if we can create a simple enough platform, people will invest in it. And you know, we made different steps along the way. Reddit is due for a major update in terms of interface. At least the basic aesthetic. If you may have noticed, if you ever tried using Reddit on mobile, it was really bad. Actually, up until about a week ago, we shipped a new mobile web, which is only going to get much better in the coming weeks. But this was just a lot of starts and stops. There are tons of features in here that I wish we had never shipped, like the recommend button and the save button and the hide button. The point is, you have these opportunities to build products. And software lets you be a little reckless because you don't have to worry about 1,000 widgets lying in a warehouse floor. But don't build features just for the sake of building them. Like, really, really understand what you're making. And one of the big mistakes we made early on that we got right the second time around with Hitmonk was we learned what to ignore. So everyone always says listen to your users, and you should. You should absolutely listen to your users. Do not listen to what they are saying, though. Do not actually take their advice specifically to what they're suggesting, but understand why they're saying it, right? If you hear a feature request, it's not necessarily the feature that they probably should get. It's understand the pain point or the problem that they really want to solve that you should be addressing. And this is something that just comes from basically failures in practice. And this is just to show how how important your work-life balance should be. That is a laptop in a holster next to a toilet. We probably spent those first 3 months doing nothing but writing code and playing World of Warcraft. And that was good for a 3-month period. But if you spend all of your time focusing on this and not actually talking to the people who might be using your product, whether that's in person or over email or however you might do this, you're probably gonna have a bad time. And on the left, oh man, this is when we had to order servers from Newegg, and Steve was assembling them in the floor of the apartment so that we could drive them over to the co-location facility. This is all stuff we don't have to think about anymore, thanks to the cloud. Yay, cloud. So much has come about now that makes our lives easier that even though, well, that's Steve's view from the apartment. Even though, yeah, this is where Reddit was born right here. Even though we've gotten so much going for us, it's an excuse to lose sight of what's most important. And that is not about any of this like window dressing of business. So many founders get caught up. I mean, I spent a day designing our first business cards. That was stupid. That was really dumb. We see so many founders get caught in this trap of like playing house, where they want to do all the ornamental things about running a business. They don't want to do the most fundamental things, like writing code and getting users. So if you see your co-founders, if you see people who are spending time doing all those things that aren't actually making a demonstrable difference in the product, just smack them and tell them to get back to work. I mean, don't actually hit them. This is the outside of that same apartment. This is in a nondescript part of town in Medford, Massachusetts. Okay, I don't know, I had never been to Medford, I'd never even heard of Medford before. Actually, technically this is Somerville, but it's a suburb of Boston, okay? This is not Silicon Valley. Reddit was not started in Silicon Valley. It was not started in San Francisco. It was not even started in the state of California. This is the internet, all right? The next Reddit can start in Yerevan. There is no technological reason why it can't happen. Not at all. And I look at stories like Skype. I know some Scandinavians get credit, but Estonians built that thing, all right? And they built that a decade ago. And they built that at a time when, if I recall correctly, when they sold to eBay, you can Google this, when they sold to eBay, the value of Skype, created by all those Estonian developers, was a tenth the entire GDP of the country of Estonia. And that was over a decade ago. That is value creation, and that can be done right here. There's no reason why not. And I would hope that whatever paths you go down, whatever things you want to accomplish, you remember to be a little, be a little naughty. This is, I don't know if you can see over here, somehow our mascot was spray painted on this roof. I don't know who did it, but someone spray painted the Reddit alien on the roof of this building there on the far right. Oh, I can use the laser. Yeah, laser beam. There you go. I wanted to make sure there were no cats in the room so I didn't distract them. But the typical user is sitting there, whether she is on her beautiful Apple iPhone or wonderful new laptop, she is still interfacing with a soulless robot, a robot that will one day probably enslave us. But for now, it is just a soulless machine. And so when I see really special products, I realize that the reason that they are special is because they actually remember the human on the other end. And this shows in everything from the copy you write. Seriously, like down to your error messages. We get feedback on Hitmonk error messages every day on Twitter, because if you screw up the dates, if you try to book a flight in the past, we tell you that we don't support time travel yet. Right? We don't tell you error, invalid dates, right? There's humanity. It's that sense of like, oh, right, there were humans who built this, and they made me laugh, right? So find excuses and opportunities, even into the, like, not just the design, not just the interface, but down to like the error messages in the copy of your site to inject some humanity, because those are the moments that make people fall in love with software. Because no matter how wonderful the devices are we're using them on, it's still just a pretty robotic experience. It's still, in most cases, actually, a really kind of boring and ineffective one. And don't forget the hustle. This is how we've promoted Reddit. All those users, and we've only spent $300 in advertising, and we spent that money on stickers. Lots of stickers. I put stickers up everywhere. This is also vandalism, and I'm not endorsing vandalism, but there were stickers everywhere. That's all we did. I know stickers are now startup currency, but in 2005, this was kind of a novel thing, and we put them everywhere. The reason startups go out of business is they run out of money. That's obvious, right? So many people forget it. Oh, they get excited and those burn rates start to go up, and all of a sudden they're spending money that they shouldn't be. The best thing you can do is stay cheap. That's why it's not required, but that's why so many fresh out of college or younger founders end up having an advantage. It's simply because they can be cheap, right? Because if you're fresh out of school, your standards are pretty low, right? As long as you've got some basic food necessities, you've got what you need to build a company. Now, the magic happens when you build something that people love, and this is a kind of, building something people want's a requirement, right? You're never gonna win in software if you haven't built that, because there are so many cat photos. No one's gonna spend 2 seconds, right? Only your parents, probably only your mom, because moms are awesome, are gonna take a look at your website, right, and actually care. No one else will care. Everyone else will have to be convinced to download your app. I'm sorry, This is how we think about everything we ship. No one will care. We have to earn their attention because right now they're looking at a million other things they love a lot more than our app, than our new product, than our new whatever. And you have to earn it. But if you can through that obsessive focus, especially for those first 100 users and those first 1,000 users, you can get to that point of nirvana where you've got something that people actually love. And it's not a blueprint. And what's so cool about this industry is I can't even predict what's going to be great next year, right? We just can't. That's the nature of innovation. The one thing I can predict is what I said from the very start, which is there is no technological reason why the next big thing, why the next Twitter, why the next Reddit, why the next whatever can't come from here. And that's really exciting because we all know of the potential of this country, of our people. And so I'm just thrilled, absolutely thrilled to be here back at Tumo now that it's open. We don't have a formal Q&A session, but I am on Twitter. So you should please ask me anything. I'm at Alexis Ohanian. And I'm so happy to be here, so grateful to everyone at HIVE who made this all possible. And I hope to talk to every single one of you. We can take selfies and high fives and all that stuff. Shnuna Kalem, thank you so much.
That was awesome. So thankfully, I don't have to go after him because that would be really hard. So, the way that most of these kind of events go is you sort of sit in your chairs all day and we sort of talk at you for a while. But to mix it up, we're actually going to try something different for a second. So I have my phone out here because I have a bunch of rules I'm going to read. I'm going to ask you all in a few minutes to get up. I'm going to ask you to find about 7 to 10 people you're going to work with. There are stations along the windows here, as well as back there with some paper bags. We're going to do something that maybe some of you have heard of before. It's called the Marshmallow Challenge. So before I get into what the Marshmallow Challenge is, let me say why we're doing it. As people have been saying, so I used to work at Twitter, I now work at Uber at the Advanced Technology Center, and a lot of what you need to do in these kind of crazy environments is you, need to figure out how to lead other people, you need to figure out how to get a team together to actually ship something, and you gotta do something that seems crazy in some way, shape, or form. So the Marshmallow Challenge sort of encompasses all of that. So at a high level, what I'm gonna ask you to do is I'm gonna give you some amount of time, let's call it 25 minutes, with your team, and I want you to get a marshmallow as high off the ground as you possibly can using only spaghetti, tape, and some string. So let me read the exact rules because it's actually really important that we sort of get this right. So I'm asking you to build the tallest freestanding structure. So this means you can't hang it from the ceiling, you can't hold it in your hands or anything, it has to be completely freestanding. The entire marshmallow, and if you don't know what a marshmallow is, it's like this white fluffy thing. The entire marshmallow needs to be at the top of the structure when we're done. The team that will win is a team that can get that marshmallow to be the tallest out of everyone else in the room. Hold on one sec, a few more pieces of information you should probably know. You can use as much or as little of your kit as you want. So as I said, in your kit there's a marshmallow, about 20 pieces of spaghetti, string, and some tape. You can break up the spaghetti, string, or tape any way you want to pull it off, and you have about 25 minutes to go and do it. So that being said, I'm gonna start a timer, and then you guys have 25 minutes to, one, organize yourself into groups of 7 to 10 people, get yourself to your station, and then we'll measure at the end. Go. If you need more, we're gonna have groups on both sides of the building. So there are stations both on the right and the left-hand side if you need it.
It was a great, awesome. Thanks, Ralph. I'm ready to,
Yeah, pick a team. Pick a team. Hey. Hey,
How are you,
good
man?
seeing you
Good to
again.
see you too. This is
Thanks
awesome.
for coming.
Yeah, this is awesome.
I hope so.
It's like it's the right thing to do.
You cannot cannot use the bag. You can't use the bag. Just the stuff in the bag, guys. Get going. Exactly. Hi. Oh, it's great seeing you in person. How's it going? Took me a second to click. How's it going? That's great.
No, it's fun. Yeah, it was good event. This is great. Are you in touch a lot with Vikram?
I am. I mean, we funded it from the high side. And then, yeah, he and I are supposed to have like a monthly phone call, but we always do the visit, but we'll figure it out.
And how is the work going?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Did you just start?
Well, about a month ago.
One of the used paper bags.
You cannot use the bag. Only the stuff in the bag.
We don't have tape.
Okay. There's a woman running around right there. You see, with tape, go for it.
Can you split marshmallow?
Yeah, the entire marshmallow has to be on top. The entire marshmallow
should be
has
on
to
top.
Yes.
And should be standing.
Should be freestanding.
Okay. I'll just find the guy and
Please do, please do. Okay, I should float around, make sure everything's okay. All right.
Where's Glenn?
I don't know. What do you need?
Find a group with no tape.
Oh, Glenn's girlfriend is wandering around with tape right now. Do you see her? She's in the corner over there. Hello. Don't mind me, just looking.
So that white part should be on top of, yeah?
The entire thing has to be on top.
Yeah. So we can cut it.
I mean, you can, but then you're gonna have to figure out how to glue it back together again.
Okay, can we use this bag?
Cannot use bag. No bag. Hello. Guys, just to remind you, don't use the bag.
Some of the teams are like super competitive. People like to go back.
No, yeah, I'm reminding everyone. I'm reminding everyone, don't use the
I
bag.
like when my team try and find.
Get in there. Hey, how's it going?
Thank you. How are you?
Good. Yeah?
Thank you for visiting.
Yeah,
It's
I'm psyched
amazing.
to be back.
Yeah.
What, do you have a question?
Yeah, I wanted to ask first, is the number of spaghettis limited? And
Yes, you can only use your number I gave you.
20.
Yep.
So, and two team, the one table is for one team.
One table for one team.
So 3 marshmallows for one team.
No. Each bag should go to one team.
So okay.
So yeah.
Also, we can use tape.
You can use tape. You just can't use the bag. You can use tape. You can use the string, spaghetti, everything, just not the
I
bag.
cannot find tape on
Okay.
our table.
Yeah. So there's a woman floating around that has tape. Where did she go? Right there. Wait. He needs tape. He needs tape.
Need tape?
freestanding. Like you have to make it from the ground. You can't make it from the ceiling. From the ground. I said freestanding. Freestanding means from the ground up, not from the ceiling. I love the creativity. This is awesome, but from the ground up. No, ground up, ground up. I told them they can't hang it from the ceiling.
Yeah, it's going well. I'm trying to get another pair of scissors for one of those.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there was a little bit of language confusion. Just like, what does freestanding mean? I find it like building a human pyramid trying to get to the ceiling. I'm like, no, freestanding. Hey.
How are you?
Good. Nice to meet you.
It's like, Godfather, every time you think you're gonna get it, you're right back.
Yeah, what did you think when you were going to run away? All of a sudden, did you think that was like a short term? In and out.
So basically, I'm just trying to get them to I now have the whole retail 360 to get a package, give it to somebody else so I can do what I want. So, does the whole marshmallow need
That's what I just told Roger. I was like, you better put that
You gotta
marshmallow.
get the marshmallow back together.
You didn't really say whole though. You said the marshmallow together.
That might be fair. I had took notes. I could have gotten it wrong, and I'm like looking at my notes.
Yeah, this woman's good with the legal aids.
I'm all about contracts.
Contracts, exactly. So can you see Dale over there with that?
Oh, I have it.
He's like down on the ground with that.
There was like a human pyramid. I'm like, no.
Who
Like,
was doing that?
They were hanging it from
actually, it was the skyscraper guys. They're like, oh, like, I know.
He's like, has to be freestanding.
They probably didn't understand what
Yeah,
that
what
meant.
freestanding means.
How are you doing?
know me that well yet, but you want to come to Armenia? Really something. Well, I mean, I really enjoy it. Come to Armenia. I will start working next week. Workshop, let's call it, over the last couple months. Hope and desire to kind of push. 10 minutes, guys, 10 minutes. If it comes down to like this matter, then
they both win. This is like the most.
5 minutes. 5 minutes. Yeah, we measure it to the T point, and then we can come around. That's true. I'll have Jared. Hey, Jared. We've been emailing back and forth. Oh, he's HIVE going to be too. Nice to meet you too. I'm going to be interviewing you at some point. I got you at the center earlier in the week. Awesome. Yeah. I wish I had this when I was a kid.
Over there,
check.
they seem a little hostile
Okay.
over there. I'm from Press, Armor Press.
Cool.
Can I ask some questions?
Can we do it after this? Yeah, cool, thanks. Hey guys, we're gonna give you a little more time because I think some of you are using the brown bags. Don't use the brown bags. So we'll give you a little more time. We got about 7 minutes left. 7 minutes.
Start the timer now. If you want to do a measurement now, that would be great.
Let's get Glenn. Let's do if you want your measurement now. They actually want to be measured and then want to be turned down. So it's good. So if we measure you now, you can't change it, right? You can't change it after we measure. Yeah. Yeah, measure with tape, but don't measure with tape. boring, I'll cut it short. Let's assume we have plenty of time. So. Yeah. Okay. So they have 5 more minutes from now, and then we'll call it. Okay.
Did you hear those screams of agony?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Okay, there's a few more teams.
Simulation of startup life. We missed the first mover bonus.
Four minutes.
And what about the hate? Is it okay? We don't know what the others.
Focus on their own. No one really knows what their own thought.
Okay.
You want me to find something to measure it?
What?
You want me to find something to measure it?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Oh yeah.
We just try to improve it a little. A little work. After this.
Well, maybe when we get around.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm trying to get the mentors over, the speakers over to help measure. We do, but we don't have enough. So we're trying to be a little creative on it. One minute, guys. 1 minute. Hey.
Gemma Israela, Nurachem Tzalotanal.
It's nice to meet you too.
How are you?
I do okay. I'm a little crazed. Got 30 seconds.
Okay, okay.
We'll catch up. We'll catch up.
Rafi, I'm Narina, a journalist.
Cool.
Yeah. Can we have an interview during the lunch?
During lunch, that sounds great.
Okay, I
Yeah.
will be here at 1:30.
Okay, just find me. I'll sit around here.
Okay, thank you.
20 seconds. In 20 seconds, I'm going to ask you all to step back. We've actually been fanning out some of the mentors right now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Step back, everyone back. We're gonna come around and measure you guys, so stop touching your structures. Protect your buildings. We're gonna come around and measure them. Stop working. Stop working, stop working. Nope. Guys, you gotta stop. Just let go and pray. Let go and pray. Don't breathe. Okay. We have to measure. Hey, now, good to see you. Likewise. We'll catch up. Stop. Quickly put it on, and you gotta stop. Let go and pray.
Take a picture.
Let go and pray. You gotta let go. You gotta let go. Once we come by and measure your building, feel free to go back to the seats.
Putting tape on the walls next to each one.
That's great.
I don't know where the ruler is, but
She's somewhere over there.
you guys can measure ours.
Yeah, we're coming around. Okay, quickly. Sorry.
Kind of behind the table. I thought you might have gotten all this stuff.
Maybe we didn't see it. There's a team over here. This is cool.
Hey, it's like you're fun.
Once we come around and measure, feel free to go back to your seats.
Okay.
How are we? Once we've measured, feel free to go back to your seats. Everyone who's gotten your stuff measured, if you can get back to your seats, that'll help us figure out who we still have to do. If we've measured your team, please head back to your seats. There was a. Did you see there's an all-women team in the corner? And they actually, like, they're not going to win, but they're gonna rank fairly high up there. Pretty cool. I don't. If you haven't been measured yet, come find me or come find Dave raising his hand. We'll catch up over lunch. Let me just try to wrap this up. Sorry? Yeah, of course. Go for it. Yeah, of course.
Just go see. Let's just be in touch. I just promised to probably.
Cool. Thank you. Okay.
Just quickly. That's the Digitoxy.
Oh, hey, we should talk. I would love to talk to you some more. Come find me over lunch or something. That'd be great. Or we'll have a coffee break in the afternoon. You can find me there too. Can we do this over lunch? I would love to. Well, I just wrap it up. Okay, guys, please step away from your buildings. Like, we're officially called already. If you haven't been measured, please find me or find one of the other speakers, and we'll try to get the last measurements done.
I think we haven't been measured.
Okay.
That thing there.
Great. So do you see the tall guy standing right there? He's one of the measurers. Just find him. Yeah. If you have been measured, please sit down and we'll keep on moving. No, I'll give them out for my talk. Okay, but will we have a winner by the time I'm done playing the video? Sure. Cool. Yeah. Because once we're done playing the video, then after my talk, I'll explain why. Are we all done on this side? Yeah. That's fine. Okay. Thank you. Wow. Yeah, I've been asking a few times. I've been asking a few times. Is there anyone left who hasn't had theirs measured? Is everyone set? Okay, guys, we're doing the final measurements right now of all the structures. So I'll let you know who won in a bit. What we're gonna do, guys, let's sit down. No worries. I get no respect. Okay, what we're gonna do, we're first gonna play a video showing you how to think about the marshmallow challenge and why it was important. Guys? Shh. Guys, let's wrap it up. So as we get the final tallies together of which team actually won, we're first going to play a video of the marshmallow challenge. So this challenge is normally done both as a team building exercise and an ice breaking exercise. And there's a very popular video on both the importance of the challenge. Guys? Sorry. It's like wrangling a crowd. It's like a startup. So there's a video which shows both the importance of the challenge and also some insights on the kinds of people that win it. So I want to first play that video, and then I'll get back on stage and we'll talk some more. Okay. Give us a sec, we'll get going. So, and I'll get into why I think the marshmallow challenge is important. But we have a tie, sort of on a technicality though. So I'm gonna claim the official winner is the Ara team, 2'9", which is actually pretty awesome. Everyone give them a round of applause. We had another team right next to them who was also at 2'9". I'm just not convinced you actually put the entire marshmallow on top. It kind of looks like half the marshmallow and some of it glued back together again. So, it's true, you guys still stand. That's pretty awesome. So good job. So there's a reason I think this challenge is important. So like I said before, like I used to work at Twitter. In fact, some of the speakers who are here today used to work for me when I was at Twitter. I'm currently at Uber doing self-driving cars and crazy stuff like that. And why I think the marshmallow challenge is important is because I want you to think about what it means to get a team of people together, sometimes people you've never worked with before, and organize to do something that sounds impossible. So for those of you who like lifted up the marshmallow in the beginning, you're like, this is really light. How hard can it be to make this thing stand up really tall? Turns out it's really hard when you try to put it atop of spaghetti. So that's kind of like a microcosm of what a startup experience might look like. It's like I'm gonna ask you to do something really crazy. You have a deadline that I want you to run up against, although we're a little lenient on the deadline. But I have a deadline that I want you guys to push up against, and it's really who can actually get the job done. It's not just about being, as you saw in the video, it's not just about being the smartest people in the room. One of the things I loved seeing when I was walking around is like there are teams literally talking about like we have to make it like an Eiffel Tower structure, or there's another team that's just like maybe if we make a box that'll be really strong. Like that's awesome, but it's not just about being the smartest people in the room. It's how do you actually work together to organize yourselves to actually pull off the impossible. And that's what a lot of the speakers here are going to talk to you about today, is how to actually think about leadership in that situation. So the story of how you guys are all here. So we had a lot of people who applied to come here today, and I'm probably pissed off half of them, so sorry about that. But what we really wanted was some of the best engineers we could find who wanted to come and learn about how to be a little bit more, which is what it's going to take in order for us to really succeed. Like Alexis was saying before, we live in an interesting age. Like we live in an age where like shipping originally or transportation originally dictated what economies look like. So Armenia is a landlocked nation. It doesn't matter anymore. Like I want you guys to stop thinking about it that way. Like we're all part of one globally connected universe, and I want you guys to use that to our advantage. And there are a few things at play here. So there's one thought, which is like all innovation happens in Silicon Valley. That's clearly wrong. In fact, if you just look at the last year, that hasn't played out correctly, right? Like one of the biggest IPOs in the US markets was a Chinese company. There's an acquisition of a chat company by Facebook, which is Russian staffed in a lot of ways. Innovation in the next decade will not only be in Silicon Valley, it's everywhere. I really believe, like the phrase I like to use is I really believe intelligence is equally distributed. So we all have a shot, just some people might have an unfair advantage over everyone else. I want to remove that unfair advantage. I firmly believe one of them for people in Armenia is just learning how to actually organize our teams to actually pull this off as a group, not as individuals. We do have some of the smartest people in the world, right? Like if we look at our engineering history, right? We created the MiG jet, like it's really great fodder for Top Gun movies. Like we do great things in chess. We have some of the world's best chess players. In fact, I think number 2 and number 4 in the history of chess are Armenian right now. If we look at things like the International Math Olympiad, we've only been competing for the past couple of years, yet we're scoring unbelievably high compared to other countries in the world. In fact, going back to chess for a second, we have per capita, we're the number 3 country per capita of grandmasters in the world at chess. So like we're ridiculously smart. Like this is not going to be our issue. We have everything going for us. So what I want to do is really focus and think about everything else we need in order to pull off this magic trick we're about to do. So part of what I want you to do is I want you to look around the room. I don't want you all guys to think about how do I necessarily succeed. I want us to think about how do we all pull this off together. Like this is a networking opportunity for all of you to find people that you can bounce ideas off of, who can critique your ideas, who might be thinking their idea, oh, actually it doesn't sound as good as the one I just heard. I want to join him instead. I want you to use this opportunity to find people to work with to actually go and bring it to the next level in some way, shape, or form, because I really think that's going to be possible here. So there's going to be 2 main takeaways, I think, coming out of this. One is, and I have a couple of books that we're going to give the winning team, and then we're going to give them out throughout the day. It's basically a book on how to become an exceptional engineer. So what it turns out to be, when you are an exceptional engineer, it's not just about how good of the code you write. It's about things like how do you amplify the rest of your team. So those are kind of things I want you to take away from this book, which we're going to give out to the winning teams. The RA team and the team that tied them are all going to get copies of this book. And then whoever asks the best questions throughout the day will also get a copy of the book. And it's going to talk about things like how do you build a good testing culture on your team? How do you build a team where there's actually a lead that can direct a conversation and cut meetings short so you don't rat hole and go forever on a certain topic? It shows you really these kind of things of what it takes to be an exceptional engineer. The guy who wrote it is a friend of mine. There's a quote of him from me on the back of the book. But the quote is true. I kind of wish this book existed when I ran platform engineering at Twitter, because I would have just given this to every single person on my team. So I want to give this book to people in the audience so you take some takeaways from that. The second thing I want you to take away from this is the notion of leadership and what leadership really means in an engineering organization. So I can tell you what I think it means for half a second, and then I'll introduce some of my friends who will tell you some other things. I think it means enabling people on your team to do the best work of their lives. So you saw that in part of the Marshmallow Challenge. I don't mean this by like forcing people to work 60, 70, 80-hour weeks. I don't mean this by telling them exactly what to do and just handing them a list of orders that they're going to go follow. What I really mean is figuring out how to inspire groups of people to go do the impossible, to go to the moon, to build the self-driving car, to do all these crazy things that have never been done before and could potentially change history. I think leadership is inspiring the people to willingly want to do that. So for example, in the early days of Twitter, I'll tell 2 stories. In the early days of Twitter, we all used to work ridiculous hours. Like I used to race this guy, Ryan Sarver, into the office every morning. Like it's like who can be in the office earlier is basically what it came down to. And the reason we're doing it is not because I get paid more than Ryan does. It's not get paid more because I showed up earlier. We loved our job. We're building something that could fundamentally change the world, and I believe all of you can and will be doing something like that. So that kind of inspirational message causes you to do it. Twitter sort of like panned out over the years and sort of changed as a company. That's a normal thing. But so I went looking for something similar, and I found Uber's ATC group. And we're again trying to change the world. Like, who else gets a chance to build a car that might drive itself? So like, we work ridiculous hours. I have a 2-year-old at home who my day is dictated by dropping him off in the morning and picking him up at night, but the instant he goes back to bed, I'm like writing code myself because it's one of the most inspirational things I could be doing. I can actually change the world. So creating that environment is one of the most important things. And the second is understanding your people and setting it up such that your people can really pull that off. Whether it mean running a remote team that has a really good project on their own, whether it means figuring out exactly what an agile cycle looks like to actually get people inspired, whether it means setting up actual goals instead of tasks so people can march toward those goals and feel good when they've achieved it and actually get praise at the end in front of their peers, in front of the public, that they've done something amazing. So that's the goal of today, and that's what I want you to take away from today. So just introduce the lineup for a second, and I'll talk a little bit more about each one of them for a bit. So starting up is going to be a gentleman named Dave Singleton. He's coming from Google. He'll tell you some of his background. He and I actually met in London a couple of years ago while I was trying to build out the Twitter London team. And A, I tried to convince him to do it for me, but then two, he just gave me some really good advice on how to actually think about building it out. And those conversations have stuck in my mind ever since. Lennon will be up next after that. Lennon used to work on the promoted ads team at Twitter. He now works at Urban Airship and has been doing a bunch of things with community outreach around teaching computer science to undergraduates in college. He is hands down one of the calmest people I know, and he just inspires a sense of passion in the teams that work with him. So he's great. I forgot exactly the order coming up next, so I'm just going to riff for a second. I think Dale is coming up after that. Dale, I saved Dale from finance, and I moved him from Sydney to New York to help me run the New York team for Twitter engineering. What Dale's exceptional skill is, one, he knows what it means to run remote teams. He used to run the remote team in APAC for an American company, so he understands that. He used to run a New York team for a San Francisco company, so he understands that. But one of the things you should ask him over lunch, he's incredibly good at wrangling jackass engineers. So like the engineers who are incredibly hard to manage, I've never seen someone like Dale be able to wrangle them and make them incredibly effective at some point. And that's, I think, another example of what great leadership is. Alex will be up after him. I met Alex after I gave a talk in New York at Etsy. And he's a friend of a friend, and we've gotten to know each other. In fact, the way it played out is like we had the Skype date once, and we just chatted about engineering management for a bit. And then out of the blue, I emailed him. I'm like, hey, do you want to come to Armenia with me? It's going to be awesome. So he's volunteered to come along, which is pretty cool. And then finally, Dave Loftusness, will close out the day for us. D-Loft is actually the first manager I ever hired. So I've never hired a manager before D-Loft, and I can't say there was no better manager I could have hired as like the first manager to run part of my team. So he'll close out the day for us. So aside from that, we'll be around. Please use the day not just to sit in your seats, but also network. We're breaking up the day to have lunch, coffee breaks, stuff like that, so you can meet each other, you can meet the speakers, make use of this time, and we'll take it from there. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dave Singleton.
Thanks, Rafi. And it is a huge pleasure to be here. I feel so honored to be in Armenia this weekend, and thank you so much for making me so welcome. So if we can get my slides up here. My name is David Singleton, and I work at Google on the Android team. Specifically, I work on our wearable products, like this watch that I'm wearing right now, as well as some of our mobile applications that we build inside Android. I've actually been at Google about 9 years, and I've done a lot of different things while I was there. I started in London building mobile apps, and then I worked for a while on mobile infrastructure and then on ads. So I worked with lots of different teams, and then from there I moved to California and had a great experience of figuring out what it meant to be in a new place and have a new team, and then moving back into mobile for my recent stuff. And I really do think of myself as a mobile guy because I actually was working on smartphones before they were popular. So before Google, I worked at a company called Symbian. We built an operating system for smartphones. Some of you might remember it. It was in some of the Nokia early smartphones. It was great, but not great enough these days. And there I was an engineer, and then I had an amazing time working in their technical consulting division, where I would spend time going around the world and working with engineering teams who were actually turning our operating system software into handsets, and getting a chance to work with all these different teams who had completely different styles of working, completely different development practices, really taught me a ton. And so I hope that some of what I've learned through working with those teams I can share with you guys today. So the title of my talk is Autonomy Without Chaos. So what is this autonomy thing in the first place? The way I think of autonomy is it's having teams and individual engineers able to choose every single day what they're going to work on. And why would we do that? Because I have seen over the years that if you have the chance to work on whatever you choose to, and you have a huge passion for what it is that you're doing, that unlocks amazing productivity and creativity, which really turns into the most amazing experiences in products. And why do I say without chaos? Well, actually, another thing that I do is I advise a lot of startups. I have a few investments, and oftentimes people come to me and say, hey, you know, I'm really spending all my energy just telling the engineers what to do, and you know, I don't know how to scale. And I say, you're doing it wrong. The whole point here is that you want to give your team the autonomy to figure out, and the information and the skills to figure out what they should be doing. And the immediate reaction many times is, oh no, that's going to lead to chaos because there'll be this thing happening and that thing happening and this thing, and we won't actually ship the product. But hopefully I'm going to share how you can have autonomy and unlock that amazing creativity and productivity without the chaos. So here's how I think about things. We have the product that we're trying to build, and we have the team that are going to build it. And some of the things that I think that we really want to strive for in our product, if my clicker is going to work. Can you guys advance the slide? Okay, well, I can kind of remember what's here. Okay, awesome. So think about the product that we're trying to build. First of all, we're not just building the product for ourselves. We're building the product for a user, whether that is a person sitting at a web browser, like Alexis was thinking about, or it's another developer using your infrastructure, or it's maybe an enterprise, a company that uses this to actually deliver their business. So it needs to be built for the user. It needs to be useful. Also, I'm going to say I think it also needs to be quality. We want to deliver experiences that work every time, and don't cause a lot of concern among users of, am I going to be able to get my job done, or am I going to have a good time with this? It also needs to be timely. So we are in a global competitive market here. So having the best idea isn't always the recipe for success. Having the best idea or a good idea and delivering it so that people can actually use it is important. So productivity and timeliness is really important. And finally, in order to build things that people love, as Alexis said, it's really important that your product is enchanting. There should be something there that means that not only will I use it and be like, oh yeah, that thing worked, but actually I'll go and tell my friends, hey, this thing, go get it. It's the best thing you can possibly ever do. And to do that, we need to enchant our users. And a lot of that comes out of the team. So if the team are productive, then they'll be able to build this quality, timely product. But also, if we're able to unlock that passion, it gives them a chance to be creative, to build the things that will enchant the users, and also to be happy. And happy is important. No matter how hard you're working, if you're happy, that can create a sustainable team that will stay together and be able to deliver massive value over time. So, what I've really realized over time is that how we work, the actual way we do our work, has a huge impact both on the product, can we deliver all those things that we talked about, and on the health and the vitality of the team. So I'm going to talk about how we're going to work. So who knows what this is? A rocket launching, yes. Anyone know which rocket? That's right. It's a Saturn V rocket. In fact, this is the rocket that launched Apollo 16 into space and ultimately took the men sitting in this little capsule to the moon. And I think that program, the Apollo program, represents an amazing, audacious accomplishment. And one of the things that I think is really remarkable about the Apollo program is that they had a really clear objective. So I'm trying to advance my slide. So they had a really clear objective. In May 1961, John F. Kennedy said, "I believe that before this decade is out, this nation should send a man to the moon and return him successfully to Earth." And that was an extremely clear objective. And clear objectives are what you need in order to enable autonomy that leads to real results. So General George Patton also said, "Never tell people how to do things. Tell them what to do, and they will surprise you with their ingenuity." And that's how I like to think about how we set objectives for our teams. So maybe one quick word on the difference between mission and objectives. So a mission is something that can last kind of forever. So the mission of NASA is something like to advance the scientific knowledge of spaceflight and human endeavor, something like that. So it's something that can never be, it can last for the whole time that our organization is together. Whereas an objective is something that actually says, here is what we're trying to do by when. And to have really useful objectives, I think that they need to be clear, so anyone should be able to tell what they mean. And I think the best way to make clear objectives is to describe them in the voice of the user or a lay person, someone from outside of the team who could understand what that means. So instead of saying something like, we want to migrate our infrastructure from MySQL to distributed Redis, you could say, eliminate the cases where we're never selling or where we're selling the same product twice. So that the actual problem that was causing the need for the migration is what you should put there. Everyone can understand what it means from the outside. I also think it's very important for everyone on the team to contribute to this process of setting objectives. And that might sound kind of hard, but it's actually really quite empowering. So the way that I've typically done this is asked folks on the team, as the time is coming to set objectives for the next period, to really think about what it is that they think would make the most difference and that we should be doing for all of us to have the best product. And in order to make that possible, it's actually extremely important that within the organization, there's total transparency. Important that everyone on the team can see the data coming back from users, can see all the metrics, actually understands maybe some of the challenges of the business, like, hey, we only have 3 months of funding before we need to go out and raise our next round. Therefore, we're going to need to do something big in that time. Total transparency is required. And then you'll find that the things we should be doing come up kind of organically from the team. Of course, our jobs as engineering leaders are to make sure that as we synthesize those suggestions, that we're actually really headed in the right direction. And if any time there's doubt about that, I find that the best thing to do is get together with the team and just keep talking, keep sharing all the input that everyone has, and we get to really, really useful objectives that everyone believes in. The next thing that's important is to check in on, sorry, I'm going to go back one slide because I missed one thing. Well, it doesn't matter. The other thing that's important is to have a fixed time period. So we should be able to say that these are the objectives for a certain point in time. That means that we can actually think about exactly what we can do and how we can do it to get there by then. And they should also be measurable. So we should be able to say, for instance, if we had a goal to make the site faster, we should be able to say, and that goal is going to be that all results pages load in 200 milliseconds. And then if we are currently at 500 milliseconds and we get to 250 milliseconds, we can see exactly how well we did over that period. And then my pro tips here are on this slide. Set stretch goals. So the Apollo program set this audacious goal to get a man to the moon. And I'd like to encourage you to keep that kind of achievement in mind when you're setting your goals. If you if you set goals that go a little bit beyond what feels inherently possible, like if we just keep doing what we're doing, then we're going to get to X. But if we set a goal that's like 1.3 or 1.5X, then over time we'll really be stretching ourselves. And that actually forces the team to use that creativity that you're trying to unlock to find not just the incremental solution, but the solution that changes things significantly and allows us to keep stretching. Checking in on progress is really important. We're doing this over a fixed period. At Google, we use a tool called OKRs. It stands for Objectives and Key Results. And we set those for every 3-month period. I've seen other places where it's done monthly and on some other periods as well. But whatever interval it is that you're trying to make progress over, taking the time maybe a third of the way through and 2/3 of the way through to see where we're at and just share that status with the team is extremely powerful. Remember, we're trying to achieve a state where individual engineers and teams can come in every day and choose what to work on. So if the team sees an area where we haven't made the progress that we all agreed we'd set out to, then you'll find that people just organically start to decide to work on that part of the problem, and that's really powerful. And then finally, this whole thing should be an iterative process over time. So at the end of that period, score your progress and use the score to kind of check on the health of the team and go into planning the next cycle. So it's totally iterative. If you could advance the slide again. So the next thing to think about is we have objectives. Everyone knows the state of the product. And now we want to actually turn those objectives into plans to make a difference. So here's how I think about turning objectives into plans. First of all, there are lots of different kinds of functions that need to come together on an engineering team to really build the best product. And I think that these three are the most important: engineering, product design, product management, which is what PM stands for, and design, so the actual design of the interface that we're using. And I really see those as 3 legs of the same stool. If you take any one of those legs away, it kind of falls down, a bit like some of our marshmallow challenges. And what I've found over time is that it's only when all of these functions kind of exist in a mind meld that teams make the most progress. So by that I mean engineers, product managers, designers actually spend so much time working together that they share the same perspective. They agree on what's important and they agree on the solutions that they're going to move forward with. But how is that possibly possible? Many organizations have the product managers sitting separately from the engineers, the designers sitting off in their own, special space with beautiful windows and white tables and everything. Well, you're doing it wrong. My advice is get everyone sitting together and able to talk in a very frequent, high bandwidth way so that they can achieve this mind meld. And another thing that's really important to be able to make that possible is the size of the team. Some of you may have heard this before. As the team grows, so we have N people in the team, if you think about the interconnections, if every person on the team wants to talk to someone else on the team, there are N squared of those connections. So it grows very, very fast as you add people to the team. So in order to accomplish that mind meld that I talked about, it's important to have small teams. And this is my suggestion of what the ideal team size is. It's 7 plus or minus 2, because you want to allow new teams to form and grow over time. So how on earth can we deliver something like Android Wear or Reddit with teams that are just size 7? Well, the answer is you can take these principles and just keep applying them again. If the team's getting too big, then figure out how to split it in 2, set objectives, have the team set their own objectives for each of those, and keep the team size at 7 plus or minus 2. That way, everyone can spend enough time talking that they achieve this mind meld. And that means that individuals and the team can come in every day and decide what to work on because they know what's important. My next tip is, for turning these plans into action, is to always be shipping. And actually, Alexa said this already. Nothing I've seen helps a team achieve more productivity and more ability to work on the right things than to be always delivering their code to end users. So some teams I've worked on, we actually got to a point where we had almost completely continuous deployment. I think the development process for this is now fairly well established. We keep our code in source control, we have unit tests, we do continuous integration, builds are coming out and telling us whether things are working or not, and then we push to production. Now, obviously I come from a mobile background. I think that to achieve this always be shipping in a mobile app-centric world is a little harder because rather than being able to just push stuff directly out into production and see it running there immediately, we do have a client that needs to be bundled up and sent off to iTunes Connect or the Google Play Developer Console every so often. But what I would advise you to do is find a way within your teams to be able to take the code that people are writing out into the hands of people who can use it. They're not the same people writing the code as frequently as possible. So many of my teams will actually ship updates every day, which a large group of users are actually installing. Sometimes you can use things like beta channels on the app stores in order to accomplish that. And even when you get to production, I think it's good to strive for the shortest possible time. I've seen really massively scaled applications where folks are pushing out their updates every 3 weeks, every 2 weeks, and even seen weekly. And I'm not saying that's necessarily the best, but always be shipping means you've got this tight feedback loop between what you do and what users are seeing. And if everyone on the team is seeing that impact, then they can decide what to work on really well. And that's where this last point comes in. It's really important to measure everything. If you measure everything that you might want to look at in your product, then there's no real argument over, hey, did this thing work or did that thing work? Because you can look at the data. We're pushing it out to users all the time. Look at the data. Did it do what we thought it would? Yes, great, keep doing it. Did it do what we thought it did? No. Okay, let's go back and replan. And if everyone has access to that raw data that doesn't lie, then it really enables everyone to be able to be much more productive and autonomous. So that's it. Those are my tips for how to have autonomy and unlock that amazing productivity and creativity without chaos. And hopefully that will produce a product that is useful, quality, enchanting, and timely for your users. So, just look at what time it is here. I think, can I go another 5 minutes? Cool. I have a little epilogue here. If I can skip my next slide. So one of the other things that I've done is that I have spent a lot of time working in teams that were distributed around the world. We can just skip past this. Cool, we'll get to that again. Next slide. So I've spent a lot of time working with teams that have been distributed all around the world. This is actually one of my favorite views. I spend a lot of time on a plane that goes from London to San Francisco. Happens to go over Greenland, which is a place I'll never visit. But look at this beautiful glacier that's calving off into the Atlantic Ocean. It's amazing. This isn't actually what you want to do. You don't want to spend a lot of time on planes because it uses a lot of energy. It makes it difficult to have a really great work-life balance. And a lot of companies around the world adopt this model of hub and spoke. So there's a mothership, there's an office somewhere in the world, which is where everything happens, where the CEO is, where most of the teams are. But then to try to capitalize on what Rafi said, which is that intelligence exists and smart people exist all around the world, they'll create all these little spoke offices. And Google went through a phase of doing that. But what I've realized, spending a lot of time working all around the world, is that can be a real challenge. So if we skip to the next slide. So this is kind of what you end up with. You end up with your hub office with its beautiful structure where people are all quite well organized. Of course, it's never quite this pretty. And your remote office where, we need to skip back a slide for me to explain this, but your remote office where folks are really working kind of a mishmash of things. So we've got a couple of different teams here and the folks in another office working on lots of different things. And that happens because people join over time, they have their own passion and they want to work on whatever matters. And of course, that's really good. It's good to try to work on things that you're passionate about. But this kind of breaks all those rules that I talked about before of being able to have small teams that can talk a lot. Because if we skip forward again a couple of slides, if these places are not physically close together, there's a huge amount of latency in actually talking to each other. And that makes it really hard to have that mind meld. So my number one only top tip for distributed development is put teams together with size 7 plus or minus 2 who all work on the same thing and can actually achieve that mind meld. And that way you end up without having to lose because of the big delay in working between these places. Cool.
So I actually want to make today a bit of a full contact day. So I mean that in 2 ways. One is you should ask them questions now. So if you have any questions, raise your hand, and as you think about that. 2, feel free to interrupt the speakers. They may not like me saying that, but if you have a question, if you want something clarified, if you want more information, just stick your hand up. Like, make it a full contact day. So that being said, any questions for David?
More about enterprise, how to manage teams, how to manage distributed teams. And these two words are very much connected. I see one big challenge in entire probably global IT space, and it will be interesting how you see the solution. Or so as Rafi told us, the main point is to inspire people, right, in your team. But in these two words, you know, to cut this short, people now are pretty much, probably everyone here are looking to build something himself, like to join startup, to build something, to create a product. And from the other hand, we have enterprises or we have companies in which we have to manage teams and inspire people to not go after their dreams, but to work for, you say, for me or for company. So that's the probably bigger challenge here. What's your thoughts? So how you balance that? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. I think the question is really, hey, we have so many people here who are really passionate about going off and following their dream to build their own product. But also they're going to have people working in their companies, not immediately going off and following their dream. And also we have bigger companies, and how do we make this all work together? You know, I think that they actually all go hand in hand. The experience that you can gain in working at a startup or at a larger company can actually be transformative in what you can accomplish when you hopefully later go out and do something yourself. So, and if you're successful, then you'll have to apply a lot of the learnings that you would have had hopefully in this kind of environment there. So I really do see the whole ecosystem of smaller and larger companies and startups that can help each other and then seed new startups further down the line as being really important. And I think that if you are thinking about joining a startup, it is extremely useful and important to join one where you do have a passion for the problem that's being solved, because it will just make it so much easier. You know, Rafi described how he went to Twitter and raced someone into the office, Ryan Sarver into the office, because they loved working on Twitter. That's cool. If you can find something that you're passionate about, then it doesn't become work. Yeah, it's hard, but it's so much fun. And so I hope that helps explain. I think that is kind of an ecosystem that they all fit together.
Hey, thank you for inspiring speech. I want to ask about these teams which are spread between the countries, because we have a lot of these kind of companies here who have branches here in Yerevan. And in case of Google, what's the motivation to have this team? You said in London and in San Francisco, and because you said that there is some latency, you have to travel a lot, and there's a disadvantage, but what's the advantage there?
Sure. So my slides didn't really work out for that bit. There was this beautiful animation that you couldn't see, so apologies if that was a little garbled. So I think there is huge potential in having you know, large companies come to your local market and actually, you know, give jobs. You get a chance to work on things that are hopefully globally relevant, and you get a chance to really hone those skills that you can take into your own endeavors. I mean, for me in London, I think we started a team there just simply because we believed that there was a lot of relevant local talent. We started that team to build mobile apps. And we started the team there to build mobile apps because we knew that there were companies like Symbian, where I was working before, that, and many others in that market that had the expertise. So I think that the relationship that you can have with larger corporations that come in is really important.
Thank you.
Follow up? Okay, cool. Another question.
Hi, thanks for the talk. And maybe my question is a little bit off topic, but you said that you were in wearables, right? So yeah, I would like to ask you, why should I trust my body data to Google?
So I'm not really here representing Google today. I'm here on my own behalf. But I will say that Google, sorry? Sure. Google takes privacy really seriously, and we really think that it's important for users at all times to have transparency, so know what's going on, get value from anything that we're collecting. So we don't want to collect anything that you don't get value from, and control over where that data is stored and who it gets shared with. So, I mean, an example here of what you can do with wearables, it's really amazing to think that I'm wearing a device right now that has a heart rate sensor that can help me see how active I've been throughout the day. And so that can provide a huge amount of value to me. I can figure out how active I've been, I can set goals, I can become more active. And we always strive to produce this value that has to come first, be transparent with users about what we're doing with it, and then give you control. And because we actually always stick to those principles, that's why I think you should trust. So the question is there another KPI, so key performance indicator, that you would put on measuring the efficiency of your team? So I think that I've seen many people try to measure some of the intricate details of software development, like, hey, how many code reviews did this person get done, or how many lines of code did this person write? I think that's totally wrong. Do not do that. Because if you're actually enabling people to be creative and autonomous, then they might actually come up with solutions that are sort of revolutionarily different. You might actually replace a code base that has hundreds of thousands of lines of code with a simple solution that maybe puts together something from open source together with some simple modifications of your own. And I think that setting detailed metrics on the kind of like how exactly did work get done basis leads to false choices. You always just try to optimize for the metric. So what I would encourage you to do with your companies is only set goals that relate to, did we make an impact for the user in the market? So the kind of KPIs you might want to set are, how fast was our site? How many users have we got? Are those users happy? And I think that actually by setting those higher level goals in the voice of the user and having the engineering team take a stake in them, that is what will make you successful.
Hi, I have a single question related to teams management, and what you have told that you are creating teams with a number of persons, 7 plus minus 2, and you are making distributed teams to work together. And what is and you have also shown a model with like a table with 3 legs, and there are engineers, there are PM, and designers.
Yeah.
So what I want to understand, what is the best way, or the best way in your practice to manage teams? So 7 members or 7 plus have persons with the same specializations, or not? Or if yes, how to communicate, for example, all designers in a company and all engineers in a company?
Yeah, this is a great question. So the question is, hey, that small team, Should that all be engineers, or should that be all the people that need to work together? So I really do believe that that small team, the up to 9, down to 5, should include all the people that you need to make the difference to the product. So it includes the product manager, it includes the UX designer. But then how do they, this is your question, I think, get together with the other product people and the other designers in the company? Well, you can do this kind of by induction. You can also have a team of those folks that have maybe some overarching objectives, and they can have their little group of 7 plus or minus 2 that help them be moving consistently in the same direction. So a common design language, solving some of the problems that come up again and again. But yeah, really great question. One last one? Okay, go ahead.
That was a great question to lead to my question, actually. So in a team where you have too much experience in one arena, but you still need those people to deliver, to ship a product, how do you address conflicts on priorities? What needs to, the user's voice is the intuitive one, but there's a lot of the times there's disagreements on what will make the greatest difference to the user at a given time.
This is a really great question as well. So how do you manage priorities if you're kind of allowing folks to figure out what to work on? And that's the kind of a feeling that many people get when they hear about this kind of model is, hey, well, it's going to be chaos because we're going to have competing priorities and folks are just going to do whatever they want. But actually, by having the team understand all of the externalities and goals, I think that you'll find that many times those priorities get resolved internally. So people who are considering whether X or Y is more important, they'll just get together and talk. And that's what I meant by the mind meld. So of course your teams are going to have disagreements. That's really healthy. That means they actually care. They're questioning decisions. They're thinking about, is this the right thing to do? And so what they then should do, if they disagree, is just start talking. Spend time at a whiteboard, spend time looking at the data, and achieve that mind meld so that they can together decide what it is that they're going to work on that satisfies that priority. What is the top priority that we're going to work on next? I know that sounds kind of scary, but I've seen this again and again and again. It really happens if you actually give people the autonomy and the power to decide. They will make smart choices about what to work on. It's really cool. Thanks.
There are a few things in Dave's talk that sort of like resonate with me as well. The 7 plus or minus 2, I think, is actually a really important notion. I think a lot of people get caught up in trying to do something with too many people, frankly. Like 7 plus or minus 2 also turns out to be the number of things you can hold in your head at the same time. So like that just comes out to be a really nice metric of like how you should think about structuring your teams and having these autonomous teams that can really move forward. I also like the Saturn V analogy. I tweeted while Dave was talking. Every single engineering management talk I've given usually involves the Saturn V at some point. I usually use it in a slightly different way because it's a great example of, it's a great counterexample of thinking about iterative process. So like one thing as you learn as you're building products is don't just try to do the big bang thing first. Build something small first, get it out, ship it, build on top of that, get it out, ship it. The Saturn V is actually my only counterexample to that. Like they were racing the clock so hard that they actually never launched any single part of the Saturn V first. They put it all together, they stepped back and they set the thing on fire. And on the first try, that thing shot up. So my takeaway there is you are not all NASA engineers. Like as smart as we really are, it never works like that. Like that's a once in a century kind of thing. I want you to think about how to do incremental things that sort of get us to the moon instead. So before I get Lennon on stage, I just wanted to show the book that I was telling you all about. So it's The Effective Engineer, our team and the team next to them. When we break for lunch, come up, I'm gonna give you all each a copy, and then we're gonna hold the rest for the people who ask the best questions throughout the day. I'm gonna hand out copies of those as well. So use that as a carrot to ask great questions. Okay, so that being said, I'm going to throw Lennon on stage. I already introduced him. After that, we're going to break for lunch. The speakers will all be around. I'll be around. So if you don't feel like asking a question in public, although you should, then feel free to track us down at lunch as well. Okay, cool.
All right. So my presentation is far less visual in terms of images and things. I apologize. I plead jet lag. It's almost as many time zones away from home for me being here as is possible. But it's been lovely. Thank you all. It's the incredible hospitality, wonderful place. My first time in Armenia, but hopefully it will not be the last. So what I wanted to talk to all of you about is the idea of teaching, and teaching inside a professional engineering team. I think it's incredibly important. I think it's something that does happen sort of automatically the way we work, but I think it's worth focusing on and emphasizing because I think it brings about some really important and really positive outcomes when you do it. Let's see if I can, there we go. All right. So really brief summary of why I think this is important and sort of what we're going to talk about. First, we're going to talk a little bit about this idea of organizational debt, sort of things you accrue as you do your work that slow you down, how that in particular reflects in sort of isolated knowledge where individuals on your team know things that other people don't, and that actually contributes to the slowdown of work. Training and teaching as a useful tool to limit that. So ways to get knowledge out of one person's head and into more people's head. And ways you can just build it into how your team works. So you don't have to stop and do a big event and a big production to try and do training. It just becomes sort of a routine in how you work day in and day out. Super quick recap, it's not super interesting. As you've heard, I worked previously at Twitter with Rafi and several of the other folks here. More recently, I've worked at Urban Airship, which is a mobile platform company in Portland. I also work at a small liberal arts college in Portland, Oregon called Reed, famous mostly for Steve Jobs having dropped out of there. And I work there actually teaching undergrads who aren't studying computer science how to code. So it's near and dear to my heart. I've been in the industry a little over 15 years. The last 5 of that I've worked as a manager and director. But I'm particularly interested in working with sort of team structure and process to make people work better, which is a common thread, I think, of everybody who's talking today. So I won't dwell on it too much. So this is a really fundamental question to me, like what's wrong with just doing the work? And I think you're going to hear a bunch of sort of perspectives on this today, but you know, it's a totally reasonable perspective to say, why bother with all of this meta stuff? Like if we just put our head down and we just crank out code, like probably it'll all be fine. And I don't think that's actually true. It might be true in the short term, but I think it leads to some really sort of potentially toxic things. So I mean, here's like a really normal story, right, for a team working on something. You're very successful early on. You build a great thing. Awesome, like success, party, like money, everybody's happy. Now you're ambitious. You want to do more than you're doing already, more than you've done in the past. That often means adding people, like growing the team, growing the capability and the throughput you have. So in theory, with a bigger team, with these ambitious goals, you should be doing a lot more. And yet what you tend to find is that teams get slower as they get bigger. They may be doing more work, but the net work per person usually goes down. David talked about one reason for this, which is the cost of sort of cross-communication between members of the team, but that's not the only reason. Other factors sort of creep in that cause this sort of slowdown to happen, and it can be really frustrating if you're part of this early dynamic team that was just building stuff all the time, and now you're 2-3 times the size and everything's slowing down and it's just frustrating. And so this is where I think we start to think about the debt we accrue as an organization as we work. So probably at least a lot of you are familiar with this concept of technical debt. You take shortcuts, you move fast to get something out into the market, and you leave a mess behind. And you know you want to go back and clean it up eventually. Maybe the code, like your test coverage drops, or you have tight cohesion between modules or other things you want to avoid, but you don't get around to it right away because you want to get something into the hands of users. But you end up with the same kind of thing in how your team operates, the way you structure your company, the way you do your process. You end up with organizational debt. You may have seen writing about this from folks like Ben Horowitz as management debt, same concept. Just things you defer that your company or your team should be doing that you don't do because it's not code. So as your team gets better, as you try to do more stuff, you're going to accrue both of these kinds of debt, and they're both going to be a problem. However, as software developers, we're pretty well trained to spot issues in our code. We know the technical debt that we're accruing because we just read the code and we're like, who wrote this? Oh, me? That's terrible. I have to fix that. But the organizational debt can be kind of invisible. It's not related to how we code. We just feel it as this sort of frustrating friction and slowdown in our work. Not enough is getting done. And it's a million tiny things, but it's tough to point down at one cause and say like this, if we just rewrote this, or if we just took this one meeting out of the schedule or whatever, it would all be fine. So there are a bunch of types of organizational debt that you end up with, and these are success problems, right? These are because you're being successful and you're growing and you're taking on more and more ambitious and larger projects. One of them is, you just have managers that aren't there. They're stretched too thin, they haven't had training, and this is a whole problem worthy of a talk of its own coming up later today, so I think that'll be great. You end up with a lot of overwork and burnout, often from some of the best, most productive people on the team, right? They can easily become heroes and try and do everything and burn themselves out completely, and then they can't do anything. You end up with poor communication across teams. If you take David's advice and keep the teams small and split things out into a lot of teams, suddenly they're not talking to each other as much as they should be, and mistrust or misunderstandings can build there. And then the one that I really want to focus on today, because I think it actually contributes to numbers 2 and 3, is this case where you have sort of solitary, lonely experts. And they're the one person in your team or your organization who understands how some critical thing works. And you have to go to them every time something related to that comes up. And I think that can be really dangerous. So yeah, so lone experts, right? Like everybody wants to be an expert. It's a really good feeling to be the expert on something in your team or in your industry, right? Like that's a great feeling, and it's not a bad thing in and of itself to develop expertise, and you want to have experts on your team. But the lone part is really the problem, because now you're talking about a person. It's not a team, it's not an organization, it's not a self-healing thing. And so because they're still just people, we have this problem we talked about, like suddenly they're on the critical path for every project. You have one person who understands performance in your database, and only one. And now every time you want to make a change, they've got to be on board. They've got to help, they've got to give you input, feedback, advice. And so now every project is bottlenecked on them. As I said, it also reinforces other forms of organizational debt. So if that one person is constantly cranking as hard as they can and trying to put out all of the fires, they're going to work too hard, they're going to burn out. Other teams are going to feel like they're not getting what they need from that person. It can lead to sort of a breakdown in communication across teams. And the reality is, no matter how happy, no matter how effective somebody is, they're not going to be a part of your team forever. Right? Like everybody has a career trajectory that involves, maybe they're going to move to a different project within your company. Maybe they're going to go work for a different company. Maybe they're going to take 6 months off to hike in Nepal and like just stop coding entirely. You can't completely control for that. And so if one person leaving the organization can cripple your ability to execute on certain types of projects, that's really bad. That's puts the organization at risk, and as a leader, you need to control for that. Not to say, again, throw out all the experts, but don't let yourself become completely blocked on this one person. So how do we break this cycle, right? We've got really great people who are trying to do the right thing and yet ending up in this bad place. So we want to provide some tools as an organization to get out of that. And the really simple rule you want to follow is just always have more than one expert on anything that's really critical, right? So you always want to have more than one person. They may not have totally equal expertise, but you should have somebody who can back up that expert, who can offer an informed opinion and support any team who's trying to do something in that domain. So the first option, and this is a totally legitimate option, and when you can do it, it's totally worth doing, is just to hire more people who know about that thing, right? So it works really well when you have commodity off-the-shelf software, right? If you're using an Oracle database in the core of your product, you can probably hire 2 or 3 or 4 Oracle DBAs who understand how that software works and can tune it and can support it. Unfortunately, most of us are probably writing some of our own code, right? We're not just wiring together plug-in, easy off-the-shelf pieces. They may form part of our system, but we're gonna have some custom secret sauce application logic that we've written and we're maintaining, and we're gonna have experts in that code in-house. So hiring is seldom gonna be a complete solution for that. Do it where you can, but know that it won't cover everything. And so then I would argue that the second option is to spread the knowledge around in the form of teaching. You need to get that knowledge out of the expert's head and into other people's head with as little extra, ceremony or friction as possible. A lot of people will try to hire tech writers to come in and document every system, and it's usually a very lossy process to take information from one engineer, translate it through a tech writer, and give it to another batch of engineers as like a bunch of written documentation. It's good to have as a backup, but it's not as efficient, and it doesn't convey the same nuance. So when you're teaching, when you set up a culture of teaching, your current expert or experts are gonna turn other team members or members of other teams into fellow experts. It's as simple as that. But it does require you to invest time and energy and thought to make it work and to make it systematic. So, all that being said, there are some other reasons why I think it's really important to do ongoing training and teaching within your organization. You really can't teach something that you don't understand, right? You can try, but it's gonna be hard. The minute you get a question and you just go, I don't know, like there, boom, gaps in your knowledge have been pointed out, and that's fine, that happens. That's an opportunity to go back and learn that and figure that out. But to really be able to sit down and train somebody in a focused, coherent way in a technology requires you to understand it really well. Because you need to not only know your script, but be able to respond to any questions that they give you. And there's this other thing that happens when you have sort of pervasive training and when it's not restricted to people immediately on the team of the trainer, you build a lot of empathy and understanding across teams. If I, offer a lunchtime talk on a technology and I invite folks from outside of my team and they come in and we interact there and we have a good conversation and Q&A and everything, odds are we're gonna think well of each other from that, right? It's a good meeting of minds and a good way to feel like peers, even though we don't get to work together all the time. So the good news is, if you're following sort of what's considered best practices in software engineering anyway, you're probably doing a lot of teaching, you just may not realize it, right? Code review is a teaching opportunity. It's maybe more of a Socratic dialogue type of teaching opportunity, but it's still an opportunity to transfer knowledge both from the implementer to the reviewer, and from the reviewers back to the implementer in terms of patterns or anti-patterns or style or whatever. New hire training. Quick show of hands, how many people have a formal new hire training program at the place where they work? It's not very many. I highly, highly recommend it. It may not seem super important when you're tiny and it's just, oh, we've hired our 6th person, like go sit next to Bob, go sit next to Jane, they'll teach you everything you need to know. Unfortunately, that really, really doesn't scale. It takes time away. Just do it sooner than you think you need it, and trust me, it really does help. But design reviews, root cause analysis, any of the other stuff you're doing to build your product and to take input from your peers is an opportunity to teach if you approach it as that. So you don't need an extra heavyweight process. Mentorship, another really important thing that I think people tend to neglect until much later in their career. Having a mentor and being a mentor, that's a teaching relationship. That's an opportunity to, in a really high bandwidth, like one-on-one sort of way, share a ton of knowledge. And I think it's worth everybody, if you haven't found a mentor, ideally within the organization where you're working is great, if there's somebody really senior who you respect. But if not, go out, find somebody, have somebody who can help you get better faster. and exploit that as a teaching relationship. And if you're in a leadership position and you're in a position to sort of define what the job of senior developers in your organization is, make mentorship part of it, evaluate them on it, and call it part of their job. Make sure that they are mentoring more junior people. And the process of giving a talk, right? It can be as casual as a lunchtime tutorial. It can be as formal as flying to another country and delivering a presentation. That's a teaching opportunity too. And it benefits the teacher as well. Like I said, fills in gaps in knowledge. You get feedback, you get all kinds of useful information, but hopefully you're also spreading that out to the larger organization. So that's like the basics. That's the stuff hopefully everyone is just thinking about. How are we spreading knowledge around the organization? How are we eliminating these sort of lone experts who are gonna be under constant pressure and strain? And how are we leveling up everybody else? So once you've got that kind of stuff in place, then you can start thinking a little more about sort of pedagogy, about how you go about teaching, about how the organization goes about encouraging that. So everything I've talked about so far has been mostly sort of casual, ad hoc, just fit it into the normal working day. And then you can get into this idea of actually delivering formal trainings. Like, we have a 2-hour tutorial on MySQL query optimization. It will be offered, these days. How do you set up something like that? Ideally, somebody, and often this isn't going to be someone in management. This is going to be somebody on an engineering team who's just watching the flow of changes and tickets and emails and notices, hey, there are a lot of questions coming up on this system. A lot of people want to know how to do X. And sometimes I can answer those questions sort of in the moment, but often I can't. And so maybe it would be more efficient to sort of package up a bunch of information about that and deliver it all at once, right? And so, great, so now you've found a need. There's a gap in people's knowledge, and you feel like either you can fill it or you know someone who could. So go develop just a really basic thing. It doesn't have to be an expert master class, ready for university, quality. It could be very casual. Slides like the ones I'm using today, spend some time, put some information together, and deliver it. And then the really important thing is deliver it and make sure that you're getting feedback from the folks you delivered it to. This is another iterative process, just like any engineering task we take on. So don't just throw it out there and then move on. Take feedback, revise it, report out on what happened, right? Like, oh, it turns out, talk to your manager, talk to your peers, say like, it turns out when I tried to deliver this kind of thing without actually having any hands-on keyboard time, it just sort of went right past people. It didn't really process. I think I'm gonna try it again with a hands-on tutorial in the middle. So we'll spend an hour talking and we'll spend a half hour coding and we'll come back for a half-hour wrap-up, right? That's great. Now you've learned that, now share that with anybody else who might be in a position to do training inside your organization. And then repeat. Most of the time, these trainings aren't something you would only ever deliver once. You're gonna hire new people. People are gonna change teams or roles. So be ready to offer it again. And so this is where developing a cadence, this is where it becomes a pattern. People talk about this a lot with building any sort of positive habit, whether it's working out or reading nonfiction or whatever it is you want to do to improve yourself. It has to become a habit rather than a thing you grit your teeth and do every so often because it seems healthy. So set up a regular cadence of training, and it doesn't have to be that your one solo training course is the only one that's ever done, but have a regular thing. Like I said, a really lightweight way is just a once a week, have a lunchtime thing. Order in sandwiches and like have somebody every week get up and give a brief training to everybody else. Doesn't have to be heavyweight, doesn't have to be complex, but the more you do it on a regular basis, the more you sort of get used to it. Again, the same training, doing it more than once, usually means you'll get better at it, and the people who couldn't participate the first time but will really benefit from it now get a chance. So the more times you do it, the wider the audience you reach and the higher the quality is. And then if you want to get really slick, you should get to the point where once you've delivered the training to somebody, and maybe they've then worked with the thing you trained them on, they can turn around and deliver the training themselves, right? That's a great sort of apprentice becoming the journeyman or master sort of cycle to set up, right? Because now you've not only removed all responsibility for technical work on that subject from the expert, you've removed the responsibility for delivering all the training. So now you have a scalable training process, not just a scalable technology. So just a couple of parting thoughts to wrap up here. I don't want to imply here that teaching is easy, right? Anyone who's tried to work as a teacher or who's understood the difference between a really excellent teacher and a weak teacher in an academic setting or a professional training setting knows it's not something that just anybody can get up and like teach. First of all, it's not just talking at people. It's supposed to be conversational. There should be give and take. There should be adaptation to the audience. So I'm going to go out of order here and talk a little bit more about this adaptation. Training ideally should be sort of scalable is an overloaded term. It's used to mean too much, but you should be able to add and remove things from it based on the audience you're working with. So if you have a really junior set of new developers, they may not be able to go into all the details that you want to offer in sort of your eventual training. And so ideally, be ready to throw stuff out on the fly. Don't leave people behind by trying to hammer on content that they're not ready for. Give the overview, and maybe you stop there and come back later to give more of the detail. But by the same token, if folks are just breezing through the overview material, be ready to go deeper. Again, to that point, if you really understand the techniques or the technology you're talking about, you should be able to teach them. You should be able to share as much of the detailed stuff you know as the audience is ready for. And then the aspect of taking feedback, not just delivering a lecture, that's something that should really be highlighted as an example of being a leader, like a senior engineer, senior developer, or a good, effective manager, is you need to be able to do that adaptability. You need to be able to take the feedback, not just barrel forward with the type of training and the type of learning experience that you initially wanted to deliver. And the other sort of good piece of news is that organizations, leaders in organizations, can help to make this easier, right? It doesn't all have to be on the back of these overworked experts to set up these opportunities and set up these trainings. So one of the big things you can do is, as we've talked about a bunch, people tend to optimize towards whatever they're being rewarded for, right? If you say your goal is X and you will be rewarded if you achieve it, then people will move towards that goal. So as a leader, as somebody who shapes the way the organization thinks, you should be setting goals for people that involve teaching. Like, hey, it's really great that you have mastered this technology. Awesome, true mastery includes teaching. So let me help you find the time and the opportunities to do that. And so, looking for that gap, for that need as a leadership team is really important. And so, yeah, just really, I would say if you have a formal performance review process, if that feeds into promotion considerations, make it part of it, right? Like, make it part of the job description for your lead engineers that they are constantly teaching the more junior engineers, not just wrenching the keyboard away and doing the work themselves, for all the reasons I talked about before. And that's it. So I would love to take some questions. I saw a hand go up really fast over there. So the question, I think if I can summarize it, was how do you compare the sort of cost of just documenting things you've implemented versus delivering formal training on that thing? Yeah, the pros and cons. When do you just document? When do you provide training? I think the cost of training is higher, right? It's like all the cost of documentation plus human interaction. But I think we're wired much better to actually receive and process the information when it's coming in the form of human interaction. So documentation is great as a backstop, as a fallback. I don't think it generally works all that well except for very simple cases, right? I think it works well for just learning the surface API or learning the basic syntax of a thing, but you're very quickly, when you try to practice, use a technology, you're gonna fall into the sort of nooks and crannies, the things that aren't accounted for in the documentation. So yes, have the documentation for getting started. I actually think it's a great preamble to training, to be able to send people some basic documentation and say, read this, so you have at least the skeleton of what we're gonna talk about. And then once you've read that, you'll be prepared to come in and understand what I'm training you on and ask questions. So I don't think you can get away with not doing documentation, but I don't think long term it actually has a super high value, except as a starting point. So that would sort of be my stance. There were some hands in the middle, but yeah. There's a mic coming.
Hi, so my question is the following. How do you find the time for mentorship? What I mean is that in many cases you have a project, you have a deadline, and you have a good employee who has the experience to deliver everything on time and with the quality. On the other hand, you have the dilemma to teach the newer employee, right? So in many cases, we have the issue to decide which one is the right path to go with. So
Totally.
what would you do? Like, what's the right thing? And
Totally.
the second question, like I actually have the other question. Like, can you give me like a proportion of how much time you spend daily or like weekly on mentorship of other employees?
Totally.
Thank you.
That's a great question. Like, how do you prioritize mentorship versus doing? There isn't a single right answer. Like, there's not just a number where I can say, oh, 15% of your time should be spent doing mentorship. Because it depends a lot on where the organization is. What's your trajectory? How fast are you bringing in new people? How fast are you losing people? You have to sort of observe those things, and as a leader, you really need to balance them and experiment and try. If you're not leaving any time for mentorship or training, I can say you're probably too far in the extreme. Even if somebody's doing great work week in and week out, and they're constantly delivering to spec, to schedule, if they're not taking any time to mentor and train others on what they did and why and how, then you're setting up for that organizational debt, right? You're sort of going fast now, but you're not paying down the organizational debt. You're letting the knowledge accumulate in that one person. So it's kind of a balance, right? Maybe deadlines happen, right? Sometimes you just have to put all hands on deck, get this thing out the door, but then hopefully you have a lull after that. You've hit your deadline. Great, now it's time for a retrospective. Now it's time to sort of, maybe in your follow-on, you've got some bugs, you've got some minor enhancements that have come on for that big thing you just launched. Put those in the hands of the junior people, make some time for training and support from the senior people who did the first launch. You can't keep everybody cranked to 100% head down coding all the time, or it's just gonna burn you. So there's not a single right answer. I think it should be more than none, less than all, probably less than half. People should still be coding to maintain and develop new expertise. That's part of the point, is like, let them offload this so they can go find the new thing that they want to learn and become an expert on. But it just depends. And there's always the individuals who really struggle with it, right? Like, not every software developer is the most social, verbally communicative person. And you want them to do some amount of training and some amount of mentoring, because again, you can't just let them accumulate all the expertise in a problem. But maybe you don't lean on them quite as hard as the really social, talkative one who's happy to jump into a room with a bunch of new employees and talk at them for an hour, right? So it's just a matter of balancing for the team, for the individual, where are they at right now. But I think most people err on the side of too little. So I would say naturally push a little bit harder towards spending more time on training and mentoring than you probably do. Yeah? Totally. Right. So the question was basically, especially if you're on a really fast cadence and you're releasing every week or something, when's the right time to do training? Do you do it before you release? Do you do it after? There are trade-offs and risks to each. One clarifying question for me, when you're talking about sort of changes in the software and doing training on that, are you talking about training for end users or for the other people doing the implementation work? Okay. Okay. Yeah, so I should clarify, when I'm talking about training here, I'm focused more on training within the implementation team. It's really focused on like sharing technical expertise among the developers on a project. In terms of end user training, I think the easiest thing to do is actually decouple your software release cycle from your user release cycle a little bit. This problem comes up a lot, at UA, we're a SaaS company, right? And so our engineering team wants to move incredibly fast, release everything as soon as it's ready, continuous deployment, and that feels great, and you get stuff out very quickly. On the other end, we have enterprise customers who are going, whoa, 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 what's with all the changes? Like, don't keep changing everything all the time. And so what we actually do is sort of bundle up the engineering changes into slightly slower releases, which gives the product marketing and user experience and documentation folks time to catch up and deliver training. It gives account managers time to reach out to people and say, hey, this is coming. Are you ready for it? What can we do to help you get ready? So it depends a lot on what type of product you're delivering. If you've got customers who are early adopters who are chomping at the bit to get the stuff all the time, then maybe you do a weekly webcast. Here's what's new. We're going to walk you through a quick screencast of changes. But where you can, if you can decouple the engineering cycle a little bit from the end user impacting release cycle, you just give yourself breathing room, and yeah, you get a little more space. One more question. Go back there. Yes.
But when you do less code review, you deliver a lot of features, but how much scalable is the product is a question. So how to find the optimum between code reviews and coding?
Sure, that's a really good question. So most of the teams I work with have a rule, roughly 2 engineers need to sign off on a change before it goes out. So in that sort of situation, you should be doing a couple of reviews for every review you submit. So it becomes sort of self-regulating, right? There's always going to be a queue of reviews that are waiting. But if you sort of keep yourself honest and know, like, I should do as much work for other people as I am creating for them, then great. You're like super productive. You blaze through your feature. It's out. You're waiting for reviews. Well, while you're waiting for reviews is a great time to go do 2 to sort of balance the scales. So if you can set up that kind of feedback loop, then it can work pretty well. Then everybody's just sort of making their best effort to code and review sort of in equal proportion. That doesn't account for the fact that not all reviews are created equal. You can pick up a 1-line change to the UI, read it, approve it in 30 seconds. You could pick up a 300 file change that's a major refactoring. That's a much bigger project, and so you have to sort of do the mental balancing there. Although that latter kind of review, I think most code review tools and processes break down anyway, and you probably need to get people into a room to talk about it rather than just sort of do asynchronous comments. So I'm trying to think if there's a more concrete answer than do as many as you create. But I think that's really the thing I would emphasize. Just like try to do as much review work for your team as you generate for them. Because then it's self-regulating. And if you move really fast and you generate a lot of code, you'll get the sort of pushback of doing reviews to sort of equalize it out. And hopefully, and I have a whole separate talk that I'd love to give sometime on how to do code reviews and make those really functional, but hopefully that's beneficial enough to sort of the overall team output that you don't feel like it's hurting your performance. It's actually just bringing everybody else up and helping everybody move faster and deliver good stuff. So, all right, thanks.
I mean, just to wrap that one up, the takeaway for me is sort of learning teams are the high-performing teams, right? So like, what you really want to do is set up your group such that if someone learns something new, you can rapidly get everyone else on the team on the same page. Like one of the things you're gonna see, and you probably experienced today, is the world changes so quickly. So if some guy is learning the new stuff, you want them to be able to teach everyone else. Like having your senior most engineers teach what they just learned probably just reinforces what they've just learned in the past. So it's just a really great cycle to think about. So you guys have been sitting for a while. We're gonna break for lunch. When we're done, just head to the elevators. There'll be people to show you in the right direction. There's actually a music summit happening at the same time, so we're gonna mix it up and have lunch with those attendees downstairs also, just to give a different perspective to the game. We'll meet back here in 1 hour. So let's try to get back here at 2:15, and then we'll pick up again. Thanks, guys. Speakers, if you could just hang out for a second. The speakers will join you in a bit so you can harass them downstairs.
Do the sessions now. We have a few more speakers, and then we'll have a networking hour, which should start around 5 o'clock. So I would like to introduce our next speaker, which is Dale Harrison. He works at Facebook. He works in engineering, and he can explain a little bit more what he does, but he works on the messaging team at Facebook.
Hello. Just waiting for my slides. Hey, there we go. Hi, my name's Dale. I'm here to talk about distributed stuff. In particular, distributed teams or distributed engineering. Hands up who here works for a company that is not headquartered here in Armenia? Awesome. This should be useful to you. Hopefully useful to you. Is there a trick to this? Back of the clicker. No, still doesn't work. Who needs slides? Oh. Actually, I need slides. So. That wasn't me. I didn't do that. Nor that. Yay! There we go. So what are we going to be talking about? One, why distributed? Why do we do distributed engineering? And then I'll run through the stages of building a distributed team, running a distributed team, and then maintaining the distributed team. And they're all fairly different stages in the life cycle. So let's start with me. Why am I here talking about this? That's a good question. My background, I'm a nerd by trade. I have now 18 years experience as being a professional nerd. The last 10 of those have been in some sort of leadership capacity. CTO, manager, director, something along those lines. I had a startup back in the late 90s, early 2000s, that went really well and then went really poorly. Thanks.com. That startup was in the financial services space in Sydney. Because of that, and Sydney has a fairly large financial services industry, I stayed in finance. For anyone here working in finance? Apart from you? I'm sorry. So I spent a good 10, 12, 13, 14 years or so working in finance and financial services in Sydney and London. As an engineer, as a tech lead, as a team lead, as a manager, and then eventually as a CTO. In the CTO position, I was running teams in Sydney, in Shenzhen, in China, in Bangkok, in Thailand, and also a small team in Chicago, where the company was headquartered. So that was very distributed. Thankfully, I got out of finance. Rafi was kind enough to extract me from that world and relocate me to New York, where I headed up the platform engineering group for Twitter. So that was a remote office, a distributed office from headquarters. So I ran a team there. That ran for about 2 years, and I got a little bit bored and decided to try something new. So I'm now at Facebook. Again in New York, I run a team, the messaging infrastructure team. So if anyone here uses Facebook, who uses Facebook? Awesome. Never heard of it? Dead to me. Who uses Messenger? Yes. Awesome. Okay. So maybe, sort of, okay. My team runs the infrastructure behind Messenger. They're based in New York. They're also based in Menlo Park, headquarters for Facebook. They're also based in Seattle. So it's a fairly distributed team. So over these years, I've learned some stuff. Not everything, and this isn't a solved problem. So what I'm going to present here is a bunch of things that have worked for me in forming teams, running them, and then maintaining them. Hopefully you'll get some value from this. If not, I'm sorry. Puppy. It's my puppy. Why distributed teams? So we've touched on this before. Generally speaking, the best talent in the world is not always going to be in your backyard. So for companies that are headquartered in Silicon Valley or New York or anywhere else, the best talent is not necessarily going to be in that location. The best talent is around the world. So a distributed team, having engineers in other parts of the world, I don't think is a luxury anymore, it's a necessity. I want to make a distinction between remote versus distributed. So by distributed team, I mean something like Facebook or Twitter, which has critical mass in an office outside of headquarters. That's a little bit different from a remote team, where everyone is typically by themselves. Most of what I talk about here is applicable to both of these. Some of these are more relevant to distributed, some are more relevant to remote. I'll try and highlight those where I can. If you have any questions during this, please just shout them out. So, let's start with building teams. And thankfully, some of my previous presenters have already talked about some of these things, so it's good that we're on the same page, hopefully. Building a team. A couple of things you want to do. 1, cross-functional teams. 2, hire people, and I'll explain what all these mean in a sec. 3, avoid asymmetry. Asymmetry is bad, hybrid is bad, critical mass is good. I have a rule of 3. It's not so much a rule, more a guideline, but I prefer the term rule because it sounds good. And last one is autonomy. So let's dive into these. Cross-functional teams. So David talked about, in his last slides in the epilogue, about the 7 ± 2 And what should the composition of that be? And I agree 100%. It should be a cross-functional team. You shouldn't have just a bunch of engineers or just a bunch of designers or just a bunch of PMs. You want a team that can solve problems for you, that can satisfy the requirements of the business, that can ship products. And you need more than just engineers to ship products. You need more than designers, you need them all. So you should definitely try and hire across the board. Ultimately, you want to localize decision making. So you want to avoid as many cross-country hops as you can to actually make a decision on what color to make the application, or how should it scale, or when should we launch. There's also two other benefits. One is diversity. So you get diversity of experience, diversity of background, diversity of almost everything. And that really helps. I think diverse teams are typically higher performing. And the other one is you get a bigger talent pool, right? If you're just hiring from engineers, then you can only hire from the engineering pool. If you are hiring designers and PMs and TPMs and everything else, you're hiring from a much wider base. There we go. People. You want to hire people. And what I mean by that is distributed teams and remote teams in particular, you have the need to over-communicate things. So what you tend to do is look for people who are good at communicating, who like to over-communicate. And this is particularly relevant for remote teams. There's this misconception that remote engineers are typically like introverts who don't like to interact with people. My experience has been the opposite of that. Remote engineers or remote workers don't always exhibit that, in fact, rarely exhibit that. The reason why they're remote is for other reasons, lifestyle choices, something else. So where possible, try and hire people that enjoy communicating, because it's going to be a big part of their job. So what do I mean by asymmetry or hybridness? Asymmetry is where you might have the majority of a team in one location and one person in some other location. That's not good. Hybrid is where you might have some people distributed, some people remote, some people in headquarters. That again is bad. This is not setting it up for success. Why is that? Communication mainly. If you have the majority of people in one location and then one lone person somewhere else, a lot of casual conversation and casual decision making is going to happen in that other location. And the person that's not there is going to be missing out. On to my rule of 3. So this is similar to what David was talking about the 7 plus or minus 2, except minus 3, but same. When you're hiring for a distributed team, you should be aiming to hire 3 people at the get-go. If you don't have 3 immediately, have an immediate plan to do so. There is nothing worse than being the lone engineer on a distributed team. You want to make sure they have someone to bounce ideas off, someone to talk to, someone to bond with, have a relationship with. Why 3? Because it's the smallest number, larger than 2? I don't know. I think 3 makes sense because you want to account for people taking leave or attrition or whatever else. If you only have 2 people, one person takes leave, you're alone. If you have 3 people, at least there's someone else to bounce ideas off. And this rule of 3 extends not just to people, but also to teams and then groups as you scale. Yes, question? So the question was 3 engineers or 3 people of any background. 3 people of any background is fine. Whatever you're trying to solve, whatever problem you're trying to solve, whatever project you're working on, you want to make sure there's enough people there that can effectively make local decisions to get the product done. So that may be engineers plus designers plus PMs, whatever it takes. And that extends to teams and groups as well. So if you have one team set up, you should have a plan for 3 teams. And ideally those teams should be fairly related in what they do in some way, shape or form. Once you have those teams, in a particular group or business area, just think about other ones as well. How do you add additional groups? I'll give an example of this at Facebook. So I run the messaging team, the infra team. In New York, we have three different teams on the infra side. So one that deals with the routing of messages, one that deals with caching, and one that deals with storage. So they're all related. They're all part of the one organization, the one messaging group. But they're distinct teams. They have their own goals, their own objectives, their own roadmaps. They work very closely with each other, but they're distinct teams. We also have different groups. So we have, in the infra org, we have messaging infra. There's also iOS infra. There's also low-level network traffic stuff. So these are all infra nerds who like to talk to each other and can benefit from each other's experience. So where possible, try and grow this. Teams of 3 to get go, groups of 3, and keep repeating. Autonomy. So we've talked about autonomy a little bit, and I think it's really, really important. Project selection is really, really, really fucking important for this to make it work. Can I swear? Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. It's very important. What you want to do is try and maximize co-location. You want to minimize as many round trips as possible for decision making. So pick a project that is reasonably self-contained. So in doing that, how do you avoid silos? So you take this component, this widget, this piece of software, whatever it is, and give it to a team somewhere else. They go off and do that stuff. How do you avoid that turning into a silo? Well, the downside of that is you need to make sure you're communicating back up the chain. You need to make sure there is someone on the hook for communicating what's happening in that team back to other parts of the business. I've typically found tech leads really good for this. Tech leads are typically more broad than deep, ironically. And they've done a particularly good job of keeping the rest of the groups up to date and informed about what's going on. So we've built our team. That's awesome. How do we go about running the team? So it's a few topics: communication, trust, time zones, and the dreaded process word. Process. It's my puppy again, begging for bacon. Communication. So as a distributed or remote team, you want to over-communicate. You don't have the luxury of being at headquarters with hundreds or thousands of employees. You don't have these sort of casual interactions at the water cooler. So you need to make sure you're over-communicating stuff. And that includes both communication back to headquarters or back to other groups, but also within yourself. One of the things I found useful is to try and set the same level, the same bar for communication for everyone on the team. So you want consistency. So if you're all remote, then you have to communicate asynchronously via some sort of text medium because you can't guarantee when someone's going to be around. That's a pretty good bar to set. Group chat is a good way to do this. I found, interestingly, that the health of a distributed team can usually be determined by the health of their group chat. The more chat that's going on, the sort of more tightly or more cohesive the group is. I don't know if that's proven or anything, or if it's scientific, but I've observed that in many places. So you've got group chat for work stuff and what's going on and communication and everything else. You also want to make sure there's a more casual chat for posting GIFs of cute puppies begging for bacon, whatever it might be. So you want this water cooler chat. That serves two purposes. One, it's good to post memes about stuff because they're awesome. But two, it also allows people to sort of build those relationships with each other. It's good to have that avenue to communicate. Trust. Trust is probably the cornerstone to any team, whether you are remote, whether you're distributed, or whether you are sitting next to each other. So there's a couple of things that I think really help here. One is it's important to get together regularly, in person. And another example of what Facebook does, I think, particularly well here is when we onboard or hire new people, no matter what office they're actually destined for, they spend 2 weeks in Menlo Park to learn how Facebook works and to make relationships with people that they'll be working with and also they may be working with in future. And then they fly back home for 2 weeks. Then they come back to Menlo Park again. So we do 2 weeks in headquarters, 2 weeks in your home office, 2 weeks headquarters, 2 weeks home office. And so that 4 weeks you spend away from your family, away from your home office, is good for building relationships with people that you're going to be working with a lot in the future. So I highly recommend, wherever possible, get together regularly. My teams do quarterly offsites. So all the team members go somewhere offsite from all locations and just get to know each other. Relationships matter. Trust is built on relationships, and you need to have positive relationships for this to work. So you need to make sure you invest in these relationships and give them time to actually grow. I just put this here because I love this image. Time zones, how do they work? I'm a victim to this myself right now. Time zones suck at the best of times. You need to be aware of them. So this may involve a little bit of flexibility. So if you're working with a team in, I don't know, from San Francisco to Dublin, there's not always a huge overlap of time there. So you may need to compensate from that. So, you know, maybe work a little bit late, come in early. You need to be aware and conscious of the time zones of the people you're working with and compensate accordingly. Process. So, process gets a really bad rap. Process is not a dirty word. Think about process as how you get shit done. That's all it is. It's not prescriptive, it's just how you get shit done. So, the first thing you should do is try and level the playing field. So I mentioned this before with communication style. It's really discouraging if half the team is using group chat and half the team is relying on face-to-face communication to talk about what's going on. So you want to make sure you level the playing field for everyone involved. I mentioned that hybrid teams are painful, so having one person not there, not present, whether it be electronically or physically, is really bad, so try and avoid that. And the last thing, I think we touched on this in Lena's talk. You want to monitor the work, not the people. So whether somebody gets in early or gets in late or is offline a lot or online, that doesn't matter, right? All you care about is the project shipping? Is the software shipping? Are we making traction on this? Are we having impact? So monitor the work, not the workers. There you go. Puppy in a bag. Another puppy in a different bag. This is also my puppy. I have two of them. These slides serve no purpose other than to show pictures of my puppies. It's a long trip to get here. Okay, so we've talked about building team. We've talked about running a team. How do we maintain it? In particular, how do we maintain it when things don't go smoothly? So the first thing is communication. We need to make sure we're always communicating, over-communicate as a team, both internally and externally. We talked about trust a little bit. I think trust is the cornerstone for all relationships and the cornerstone for successful teams. You need to assume trust and best intent for people that are not near you. It's really easy to get into a habit of assuming that someone on the other side of the world is an idiot because you don't agree with what they did or you don't understand the reasons or motivation for why they did what they did. Don't do that. That's bad. Assume trust, assume best intent. Communicate with them. Talk to them, understand why they did what they did. That will help. Maintain active dialogue. So when things do go poorly, we typically turn to the people closest to us to discuss it because they're sympathetic. We don't typically reach out to someone on the other side of the planet or on the side of the country. That also is bad. That creates an us versus them type mentality. So whenever there's a problem, I encourage you to reach out to people outside of your local network. Bounce ideas off them. Talk to them. See what's going on. Relationships matter. I said that before. All of this is possible because of relationships. In order to be successful at work, you need to have strong working relationships with people. Make sure you invest time into those relationships. So I mentioned like offsites. They're really awesome. They're awesome for two reasons. One, they get you in the same locations as each other and you can bond. But two, they allow for serendipitous events. And what I mean by that is some of the best ideas come from when you're just idly talking about bullshit, right? You're not talking about work. You're on a road trip, killing time, and you start talking about stuff. And some of those moments are actually really beautiful. And you want to try and encourage that. And it's very hard when you're remote, so you want to make sure you have that opportunity for people to come together. It's difficult when you're distributed, because again, you make sure you get all the people together to do this. But you want to make sure you invest and give the opportunity for these to grow. And lastly, apologize and forgive. And also be apologetic, accept apologies, accept forgiveness, and be forgiving. Things will inevitably go wrong. It's the way of life. That's okay. Be humble, apologize, talk to the people, and move on. This is all about sort of psychology of being apart, psychology of being remote. It's hard. Being away from headquarters, being away from the center of things is really difficult. So you need to make sure you try and overcompensate for it and invest in it where you need to. Who here is a leader in a sort of distributed or remote engineering office? Awesome. This should be relevant for you then. You're a role model. So your actions and behavior determines the actions and behavior of your staff. So you need to be aware of that and act and behave accordingly. So you need to be the one that proactively reaches out in times of crisis. You need to be the one that forgives or apologizes or accepts an apology when something goes wrong. You need to be the one that over-communicates. You need to be the one that sort of drives this through. People will model your behavior. Site leadership, which may be relevant to some of you, is super, super important. Having someone who is responsible for the health of the site beyond the health of a team or a group is really important. To understand the broader context of what's going on and to help you grow those. The last one is community engagement. If you have the opportunity to engage in the community, I highly recommend you do it. It's good for brand awareness, so that's awesome, but also keeps you really, really humble. So wherever possible, I encourage you to engage in communities, meetups, tech talks, host people at your company, whatever it is. Be more involved in the community. Thank you. That's a great question. That's a great question. I'm not here on behalf of Facebook. I'm here on behalf of myself. I haven't personally thought about opening a team in Armenia. But if there's the talent here, I think it makes sense. I said before that the best talent is not in your backyard. The best talent is around the world. And there's no reason why companies can't invest in Armenia to bring some of that talent to those companies.
Where forgiveness there are kindness, there are everything, but where are the boundaries where you say that this is enough, you don't belong to this team or something? Is this happens, or how it happens? How do you know that this is the end?
That's a great question. And I think the two things are a little bit separate. So what I was talking about with forgiveness and apologizing is when you make a mistake, when you do something inadvertently that fucks over someone else. You should always be looking to hire the best people you can. As a result, you should always be looking to hire out the worst performers on your organization. I think that's an active process. So it's not about forgiving someone for being incompetent. If someone's incompetent, they shouldn't be working there. So you should always be investing in that. You should always be trying to sort of up-level your team, your group, your company, always. Lady in the front row. The factors we look at in opening offices outside of headquarters, opportunity and talent. So, Facebook has offices in London because there's a huge European community there around mobile. Sorry, David. Offices in Tel Aviv through acquisition, offices in New York for like East Coast talent pool, office in Dublin for ops. So basically it's around finding the right talent. The problem that Facebook and a lot of large companies have in Silicon Valley is they can't find enough people. There are just not enough people in the Bay Area to satisfy their needs. So they need to look elsewhere. So we're going to look to, where are the best engineers in the world? Where are the best ops people in the world? Where are the best designers in the world? Where are the best project managers? Whatever it might be that we're looking for. Find those pockets or those pools, and then start looking how to invest in that country. Sure.
Yep. While gathering new team, what is the ratio of the experts that you are searching for and the newbies? For example, how many are there newcomers that you want to teach and you are willing to teach to them?
That is an awesome question. That's a book-worthy question. So the question was, what of the people you're hiring, how many should be like experts or subject matter experts or senior engineers versus the more junior people that can be taught? So that's a really interesting problem to solve. I'd like to think that you want to try and find someone with seniority, someone with some sort of subject matter expertise to start seeding a team or seed a group. Now, that person may be local or they may be relocating from somewhere else to like seed the teams. I know a lot of companies who do this reasonably well. They'll pick up a few senior engineers and then use them to seed other groups or other teams in other offices, and then build teams around them. So once you have that sort of seniority and that expertise, you can then teach the rest of the team how that works. You can then start hiring more junior engineers, more junior resources, and help sort of grow and mold them into what you need. Yep. So I didn't hear that.
How old are your puppy?
How are my puppies? Thank you for asking. My puppies are great. So I have two puppies. Daisy, which is the fawn, a blonde-colored one, she's 2 years old. And then Milo, who's the brindle one. He's now 4 months old. He's a bit of a nightmare, being a puppy. But that's also a book-worthy question, surely. Thank you.
Thanks.
I didn't expect that question at the end, but I appreciate it. So, I think one of the ways I also, think one of the reasons I really like Dale and his management approach, because it's not just about how to create well-functioning remote engineering teams, but he also has a good sense of how to create the right culture within even a local-based team. Like when you have two different teams sitting next to each other, thinking about how to get communication across between them, how to actually coordinate stuff like that. Dale's exceptionally good at that. It's one of the things that you should bug him about at coffee break. Just one piece of administrivia or housekeeping. Sound travels really well in this space. So if you want to have a side conversation, not part of the general audience, if you could either take it like all the way to the back, even potentially outside, that'd be really helpful for the people who are trying to listen to all the talks. Okay, so that being said, I'm gonna turn it over to Alex. Yeah.
Hi, I'm really happy to be here. Thanks for having me. And as you might hear in my voice, I'm really, really thankful to the Armenian cognac I had yesterday, because I was really close to losing my voice. I had a sore throat and doctors couldn't help me. And yesterday evening I had this awesome cognac. A little bit too much of it, I have to admit. And I traded my sore throat and my voice against a mild headache, but I think that's totally okay. Let me see that this works here. Uh-oh. Oh. Can you just switch to the next slide? Next, please. Okay, so a little bit about me. So I used to be a software engineer. Management duties and kids prevented me from continuing that. Formerly, I was VP engineering at SoundCloud. A lot of the war stories I'm about to tell are from SoundCloud because it was a crazy growth story. During my time there, we grew from 20 engineers to 100 and from 45 employees to 250. And that's also where this talk, the topic of this talk is actually coming from. Right now, I'm VP engineering at Issue. Who here knows Issue? I wish it was more. Issue is basically the same as SoundCloud, but for publications. Basically, Issue explained in one sentence. My CEO wouldn't like that. As Alexis from Reddit really nicely talked about the beginnings of Reddit, I have one story for you to share with how SoundCloud actually started. The two founders, two Swedes, Alex and Eric, they were both musicians, or they still are. And they always exchange unfinished tracks with each other. They send each other an email, hey, look at this, listen to this track. What do you think? And then the other one replied via email, yeah, at 3 minutes 16, I don't really like the hi-hat. And then he sent another version. And then again, like in text, they explain what they wanted to change. And this is how the SoundCloud player with the timed comments came to life. Because they said, hey, why don't I just comment live on the track and the other people see it and we don't have to exchange emails all the time. So back then I received a beta invitation to SoundCloud because I was also in the music business. And I saw the application, I thought, yeah, that's nice. I don't think too many people will use it. I was obviously very wrong. And then people just started doing something completely different with it and the whole platform started. Just a nice story about what you originally plan and what finally comes out of this is sometimes something completely different. So at SoundCloud and before at my job at Nokia, it was mostly about growth. At Nokia it was about team growth. I built an apartment from 0 to 80 people, but with no users, unfortunately. And at SoundCloud, I grew the SoundCloud engineering team, but we also had a very, very big user growth. I think it was 13% month over month. So I always ask, there was always this question, what's more difficult to scale, an organization or an architecture? And depending on the day you ask me, my questions might be different. Like after a 24 hours DDoS attack or after Snoop Dogg went ballistic on SoundCloud, I would say the architecture. After some like really disastrous one-on-ones. Who here read the article from Rants about one-on-ones? The update, the rant, and the disaster? Everybody should read it. After some disastrous one-on-ones, I would say the organization. I would say it's equally difficult. So let's, okay. So the motivation of this talk is, you have a startup, you have a few people, you don't think so much about teams, how to structure them, and then you start growing. You hire more and more people, and the question is, how do you structure your company? So you have 5 engineers, everybody works together, no big problems, suddenly you have 20. And then you have to think about how does this whole thing look like. So, and a lot of things come back, to build successful team, a lot of things come back to these 3 things. Who here read the book Drive by, damn, no, I forgot the name. Oh, Daniel Pink, right. So the extrinsic motivations, this is something like money, deadlines, which don't really make you happy. If you get $10,000 for a deadline, that might be nice, but it doesn't really fulfill you and gives you purpose. And then intrinsic motivation, and this is autonomy. I think this is the word I saw in every talk so far. There's mastery, and this is that you get tasks which you can actually achieve, but you still learn something from it. And there's purpose, so you know why you do it and you agree with it. The Marshmallow Challenge is a good example for that, even though the purpose is, well, you may know it, you may know it later, but well. So I'm not doing it, you are doing it, right? So I can stop making this, okay. So there are a lot of traditional approaches out there how to build engineering teams or product teams. I think a lot of companies I worked in, they do a layered approach. They have a front-end team, a middleware team, a database team, an ops team, whatever team. Then Scrum came and kind of changed it a bit. So said like everybody has in one team. There's a product owner, there might be a test person, and so on, which is a big step forward. And then I read a lot about full stack teams, and I was always like completely unsure what a full stack team actually is. Is that everybody? Like, do I need to put people in it who have CSS and Linux kernel knowledge and whatever? And I was completely, I thought like, well, that doesn't make any sense. I'm making this gesture again. So, how about building teams who can move fast and be successful? From an engineering point of view, it's all engineering skills who are necessary to work on the backlog of that team. So that basically full stack means for me, full stack of the backlog. That can be just be CSS, HTML, and JavaScript. Can be totally fine, depends on the setup. It can be everything, who knows, really depends. But from a business point of view, and like from an ability to actually deliver items on the backlog to production, it's all skills necessary to work on the backlog. And this goes way beyond engineering. This could be, I mean, design is an obvious example. This could be community support persons and so on. I have an example on the next slide. Yes. Oh no, one slide later, sorry. So I have a rule for structuring teams, and I call it the 95% rule. It's actually not from me, it's from a friend. I stole it from him. One team in one office should be able to deliver 95% of their backlog to production without time blocking dependencies to other teams. If you structure your teams according to that, you will sometimes get interesting compositions. So imagine you work on a website which is available in 10 different languages. So you could either say, okay, it's okay to deliver first only English. We do the other things later. Or you can say you have somehow in some way integrate localization capabilities into your team. Next slide, please. Oh, by the way, by questions, please just raise your hand. I'm happy to answer anytime. So this is an example from SoundCloud, except that we didn't have QA at SoundCloud. So we tested, but we didn't have QA, to clarify that. And so everything looks kind of familiar, but you see the box at the bottom, which is support. Or at SoundCloud, we call it community. This was to bring the voice of the user into the team, to close the feedback loop. Every stand-up, somebody from the community team, a dedicated member, came to the stand-up of the team and said, okay, yesterday I received 30 complaints about this feature, please fix it. On the other hand, they were informed what this team was delivering. So I'm not sure how many people here have seen this. Okay, you push out your code, support team comes and complains that they didn't know about the functionality. You can easily solve it with that. This doesn't necessarily mean that everybody here sits in the same office all the time. You always have some problems. You might not have a designer for each team. you definitely don't have a community person who sits there the whole day. So you can do compromises. You can say, okay, there's a designer, he spends 2 or 3 hours a day with the team, goes back to the design team, or goes back to a different team. There are always compromises. Next slide, please. Just to bring something technical into this, microservices, which is one of the buzzwords right now, could be a logical consequence out of these teams. So over time, maybe we go to the next slide, Beth. Over time, your code base grows, you have a big monolith. Twitter had one. I'm actually not sure about Facebook. Probably. And the whole, so at SoundCloud it was a way that the whole code base was a big Rails monolith. In the end, it was a big mess, to be very honest. Nobody understood it anymore. So we decided to move to a service-oriented architecture to be able to rewrite the software piece by piece and not the whole thing at once. So we said, okay, we accept a temporary, imperfect setup to achieve a bigger goal. And this is, basically we use Conway's law. Who here doesn't know Conway's law? It's basically that an architecture reflects your organization. We use it to our advantage. That means you have a big monolith. Next slide, please. Next slide. You have a big monolith and you say, okay, I really have to read your search or payment functionality. So you can basically start refactoring stuff on the monolith and so on. But what you also could do, you could create a search team, separate it from the main team, and say, please, go fast. What mostly comes out of it is they split up their own service. It's not true in every company, you can also do it differently, but this is to remove dependencies to other teams. So they don't have to wait for code reviews or whatever there's going on. They can deploy independently. Was there a question? Oh no, okay. Next slide, please. So these teams also really change over time. So we had a big project at SoundCloud, and that was a rewrite of the website. I'm not sure you remember, there was an old SoundCloud website which looked not as nice as a new one. And we had to build a new one because we wanted to have continuous playback when people clicking on the website. So we had to build a complete new website. So we started with a team which consisted of front-end, back-end infrastructure design, because this new website should run on new infrastructure. Then basically the design work was done, the infrastructure was gone, so these people left the team again and went back to the old teams. So we had front-end and back-end. Then the back-end people said, like, look, the API is done. All functionality is there, we go back. See you later. Then we noticed, okay, that wasn't such a good idea, because then the API team became a big bottleneck, and we couldn't fulfill the 95% rule anymore. So we took back into this team, but we created a dedicated API for the web teams, so that this team was able to work on these 95% without dependencies on other teams. A good example for the 5% which don't work, because you will never achieve 100%, is you want some special search functionality. Integrating that into such a team is more or less impossible. So in this case, you have to go to the search team and ask them for the functionality. We also did it we never wanted to hire project or program managers. We just thought, wow, that makes the whole organization really fat. And as soon as you have a lot of teams which depend on each other, you basically need those functions. Next slide, please. So back to the 3 intrinsic motivations. Purpose in such teams. Try to align teams with customers. So at Issue, our teams are structured around readers, the people who read publications, around publishers, so there's people who upload publications, around curators, people who create, I would say playlists, but collections of publications, and so on. So for the engineers, it's very clear why they create the functionality and for who. Wow, that was. Mastery is, so in general, it's better to undercommit and overachieve than to overcommit. And underachieve is just psychologically better. I've seen a lot of crazy roadmaps in my life, I have to say. I mean, roadmaps must be the craziest thing in a company ever. I've seen things which were not achievable in 2 years, and people were really, really confident they could do it in the next quarter. But then, after the quarter, then the team was always really unsatisfied and said, shit, we didn't achieve our targets, even though they did a really good job. So we are now trying to get a realistic roadmap process in place, which will take some time. So mastery is also about learning, where we had a really good talk. So try to set ambitious but realistic goals. And I said, what about boring tasks? And yeah, my only answer there is like, yes, they do exist and they need to get done. If there are too many, then we probably have to talk and see where they're coming from. But these things just unfortunately happen. Next slide, please. Autonomy, I think the theme we're seeing today is, I'm basically repeating now what other people said. Give goals, but don't prescribe how they should be achieved. So it could be a goal like make the website faster by 10% and not say use a CDN or do this and that. And then the 95% rule comes into place. It gives the team a setup where they can actually achieve that. If they are not in control of their backlog and their functionality they're working on, they won't be autonomous and they won't be happy. Next slide, please. So, summary is, build teams around customers, make them autonomous and give them ambitious but achievable goals. And this whole thing is, at least in a fast-growing startup, is a journey. You never achieve the end goal, say that every team can work on 95% of its backlog, but you continuously improve and try to get there. Thank you. Questions? Okay, the question was, when is the right time to fire a person? Which doesn't completely relate to my talk, but I will answer it anyway. So I have a very simple principle there. If somebody brings the team down, so it's not a cultural fit, that's a reason for immediately get rid of the person. I mean, obviously you have to talk once or twice with the person, say, hey, this doesn't fly. But I'm usually very quick in my decision there. If teams are not happy and cannot perform because of specific persons, these persons get a chance or two, but they have to go then if they don't improve. If they don't perform because of other reasons, I'm trying to do whatever possible to help them. And I don't think I've ever fired somebody for, like he's not a good enough engineer. I always try to help them over time. If you have a sound hiring process so that you at least are not completely off, it's usually doable.
Thank you. You talked about microservices and decoupling the monolith. My question is how you monitor that it's not becoming chaos, as talked in previous by previous presenter. How you manage communication and how you make sure that everything goes smoothly and people not working on the same thing and we share their efforts.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, the question was, if you build teams around microservices, how do you make sure that these teams are like independent entities and they talk to everybody, which is a real danger, to be honest. So there are several things you can do. There are obviously like sync meetings, meetings here. I usually had very good success with moving teams around, moving people through teams. Either me suggestions at or giving people the opportunity to change teams whenever they want. And all my companies, I introduce a rule like, you get enough time to learn your skills. So if you want to take a Coursera class or whatever, you're free to do that. Just tell me which one, and I usually just nod, and then you can do it. And then if you want to go to a different team, we usually make it happen within 2 months, under one condition: the new team wants you. Otherwise, well, I would destroy a few teams. So having this, that people are often, sometimes on this team, on this team, on this team, this does a lot of knowledge exchange and also prevents this team A doesn't know what it's doing and team B is slow thing, because you might be on the team soon. And then obviously meetings about common approaches and microservices especially. But that's a really good point.
As I understood, you've been doing Scrum at SoundCloud for
no.
No?
No. I mentioned Scrum quickly, but yeah.
Okay, so my question was that well, I assumed that you're doing Scrum, and in case of Scrum, it's important that a single development iteration, the scope of the work shouldn't change. Like during a single sprint, you shouldn't change anything that you have already added to the sprint. And how do you manage doing that, or you're not doing that at all, with having the designer inside the team? Because, for example, we're doing Scrum, and we have a problem because like the design is part of the requirements, and it turns out that the designer has to work with the product manager before the team actually starts working on the specific task.
If you say the requirements have to be fully baked before you start working on it, I agree on the last point, but that's an if. You can also say, okay, we have this new functionality and more or less the complete team works on that. Because sometimes little design decisions can have a big impact on backend scalability or these kind of things. So this is something I usually try to encourage team to do it in a bigger group and not have this, here's a design document, please start on it. To your Scrum question, I mean, I haven't been to a company where I didn't see a fast lane on the Scrum board, because I think if you have a user-facing product, you cannot commit to 2 weeks in advance without any change. It's just, for me, I just have to say it's impossible. So we went to a relaxed agile, I always call it. So we don't interrupt we try not to interrupt the item which people are working on right now. Then something really serious has to happen to interrupt that. But why shouldn't you, like, if you haven't started working on a feature, why should you move it down the backlog and put something else in front of it? I don't see the big value in that. So we stopped doing that several years ago.
Okay, thank you. And another question. How do you manage the technical management of your teams? Because in each team you have probably several senior developers, a couple of juniors ones, but you have you've been a VP of engineering, and somehow you need to manage all that stuff. Do you have a technical lead in each team, or do you have people who are supervising all that stuff? And thank you.
Yeah. So first, we try not to call anybody a senior or junior engineer. I think we want to have an equal playing field, right? If somebody talks to the senior, distinguished super architect, and he just started, he probably thinks, oh, whatever that guy says, it has to be right. So we try to move away from that. But these hierarchies, they just come to reality in the teams. We never appointed formally a tech lead at SoundCloud. At Issue, rather, we have a tech lead. It works well. So honestly, it depends. You will have somebody who steps up in the team. You can do it either with an appointed tech lead who is, at Issue, I would say more a Scrum Master than actually somebody who dictates tech. Or you can come by without that kind of hierarchy in the team.
how to do. There is in certain cases where you're under time pressure and you can't give the team, sometimes you're not, how can I say, not you're not confident that that's going to happen, but if it's not going to work, you don't have the time to experiment, and certain things need to happen in a certain way. But at the same time, you don't want to break the spirit of the developer or the team. What are the approaches you take in that specific, I mean, where is the balance?
Yeah, so first I would try to get to the team and tell them about the time constraints we're under, and I hope they would react. But every rule is there to be broken at some
So if you really
point.
have something in your mind that this is the way it needs to happen, you would still withhold it and not discuss about it?
I would not withhold it, but I would try to communicate it to them in a way that I wouldn't see it as a dictate for me. I would say, hey, how about this? Have you thought about this? And that is a part of the culture you have to create, right? That people don't say, oh, that's an order, the VP engineering said it, and what do I know, right? So I might be wrong.
Yeah, and the other question which I had is mainly general to everybody who spoke today. Most of everybody here is a developer at some stage, and some are more advanced than the others. But all the startups and all the discussion with the person sitting on the top actually knows exactly about the details of the developing. And in some cases it's not. The person who has come up with the idea doesn't have all the detail. So how does that, in that certain case, things work?
So I didn't think I completely can answer. Can you?
By the sense that not all the startup or the team leader is a software developer. Non-technical.
You mean non-technical manager or non-technical team lead or founder, CEO?
Yeah.
Non-technical founder, CEO?
Sorry, but that's a question to everybody.
That's a very, very wide question, I have to say. I mean, there are really good non-technical CEOs which just say, okay, I have no idea about the technical stuff, please just tell me what we should do, if the trust is there. I also seen a lot of non-technical CEOs who didn't respect anything the engineers said, like, oh, this has to go this way, and I don't believe you, and you don't know what you're doing. So it's really about the company culture. And I know it's a very generic and not very satisfying answer, but I cannot give you just do this. Yeah. You want?
We're actually going to take a coffee break right now, so you can go and snag him right now before he sort of like runs away. But yeah, so there's coffee and stuff in the back. Let's take like 15 minutes, just sort of like chat, and then we'll finish up.
Maybe close your conversations. Yeah, the noise. If everyone could take their seats, the acoustics in this room make it a little difficult to hear up here and in the audience if you're having conversation in the back. So if everyone could just come over here or head downstairs if you want to have a separate conversation. Thank you in the back for shushing other people. Okay, we'll get started. So we have actually a really exciting little different segment, kind of short, but we're welcoming a few TUMO students up here to show some of the work they've been doing here, some of the amazing stuff they've built. It's actually pretty impressive, so I'm excited for you to see what they've been working on. So I'm going to invite Abel and Vahe, two TUMO students, and Vartan and Haig, their workshop leaders, to speak to you guys.
Hi, I'm Abel. Hi, I'm Vahe, and this is our first game on Google Play, which we released on the 16th of March. It took us just 2 weeks to bring the whole thing together. As you see, the game concept is simple, and as you see, the game concept is simple. You have a ball, a colored ball, and you have to shoot at the polygon in the center of the screen. And you can play on your own or with your friends on hot seat mode and on the same device. And if we try to name such a game, it would be Casual Color Matching Hot Seat Multiplayer Time Killer, or CCMHMSTK in short. With that said, our first actual game was Space, where we got our real experience of creating games. And this game was the winner of TUMO internal game competition. It's a single-player arcade game where and this game is physics-based, and the player had to do some objectives here, and he can explore solar system too. And he had a spaceship. For example, he can carry asteroids in space. One of the aims of our game was to show how the gravity works, and we tried to show how it works, and we tried to do it as well as we can, and to emulate it as well as we can. And all the objects in space are affected by that gravity in space. And now I'll show you how this all began. And for that, let me introduce you two of our workshop leaders who encouraged us to create our first games, Vartan Gemechechan and Haig Galescan.
Thanks. For 16-year-old high school students, Vahe and Abel, their first game journey started at TUMO. While Vahe was learning programming through the self-educational activities and using the Scratch platform, he studied how to create lots of mini games, so he had experience in the beginning already. And as you can see, the path, as you can see, each student has its personal learning path, which helps them in the educational process. Each path is based on their performances and their preferences, which, by the way, can be changed at any time when they like. This is the world that we use, and as you can see, it is like game-ish, and we try to gamify our learning environment so kids can feel more free while learning. In the meantime, Abel was learning programming in the TUMO robotics workshop, which allowed him to create interesting robots, such as the graphical plotter that you can see on the monitor. For example, this robot worked based on an image that is created by a binary matrix, and tries to print it on the paper. As you can see, the biohazard sign is printed. Later, they both decided to attend the Hack the TUMO Fountain workshop, which allowed them to manipulate all of the lights that are under the fountain that is in the TUMO Plaza. Well, the workshop itself is very much hands-on, where students learn by helping each other, teaching each other, solving some programming problems, creating custom tools that help emulate the end result. In the end of a 1-month workshop, they show the results to their parents, and they can also see by themselves the hard work that was in that 1-month duration. And as I mentioned, in Tumo, each student has its personal learning path. So here you can see that their paths are separated once again. And HIVE will tell their story what was later.
So Vahe decided to improve his programming knowledge and experience by taking part in the Tumo programming workshops, from beginner to advanced, which resulted in the creation of 2D games. At the same time, Abel went on a more eclectic route, taking part in 3D modeling, web development, and other similar workshops, creating a few apps in the process. This is where their paths joined, when they ended up in the same iOS workshop, albeit in different groups once more. Finally, they both participated in a music coding workshop where they created a browser-based virtual marimba. The workshop was led by the Harvard boys, so-called because all three of them were second-year Harvard students who decided to volunteer and run this one-off workshop. Along the way, both students became familiar and proficient in a number of programming languages. In the beginning, Vahe started with Scratch and Abel with LabVIEW in the robotics workshop. In the Hack the Tumo Fountain workshop, they learned Python. Following on, when their paths somewhat diverged, Vahe went on to learn JavaScript, while Abel learned ActionScript. Since both ActionScript and the JavaScript are based on the same standard, they were essentially on the same path anyway, and thus once again ended up in the same iOS workshop. During this workshop, they learned Objective-C and the fundamentals of OOP. Finally, in the music coding workshop, they got their hands real dirty with Node.js. One important thing to mention, though, is that both Polygon and Space were created with Java, and you can't really see Java on this path. That's because though Tumo doesn't officially teach Java through the curriculum, the variety of programming workshops, both permanent and one-off, and the wealth of learning activities that we provide and available to them gave Vahe and Abel enough knowledge, experience, and the know-how to actually learn Java completely on their own without any of our assistance.
Inspired by the Harvard Boys workshop, we decided to name our team Marimba. Currently, we are working on our space game and trying to make it more cooler before releasing it in the fall of this year. The full game will have more challenging missions, deep level spaceship customization, where each player can make spaceship for his own and upgraded by missiles, armor engines using materials found on planets and asteroids. The game will support also multiplayer, co-op, and versus modes, making the game more competitive and fun. The game is being developed for the desktop OSs and Android devices. We hope you enjoyed our presentation. Thanks.
Thanks, guys. I mean, this is actually, in my opinion, sort of like the future in a lot of ways, right? So like the brilliance of what's going on here is that, and it sort of ties into one of the earlier talks about learning, is it's not about actually learning to do anything in particular. It's about learning how to learn. And I think that's also one of the biggest traits that I want you all to take away from here as we sort of like tackle the unknown. It's like, I want you to learn how to learn. So that being said, final talk of the day, and then we'll have our wine and cheese, it's a fellow named Dave Loftusness. I've known Dave for 4+ years at this point. Like I said earlier in the day, he was literally the first person that I allowed to be a manager on my team. So for me, it was also learning how to lead in that instance. And I actually don't exactly know what Dave is talking about, but I guess we'll figure it out as we go along. Okay, I'll turn it over to Dave.
Hey everybody, thanks. I can't believe I have to follow that awesome set of demos with my totally colorless slides, but we're gonna have fun anyway. You guys excited? One more talk? All right, here we go. So this is actually a topic I really care deeply about. It's the engineer to manager transition. I think it's something that all of our speakers have experienced in their career, that we've all been software engineers, and then at some point we were asked to step up and be a manager. I've gone through it 3 times in my career, which I've people I've worked with, I've witnessed dozens of people make this transition to being a manager, and I've seen it go really well, and I've seen it go not so well. So that's the motivation for this talk. I've got a ton of builds, so I really hope this thing is going to work. Oh. There we go. Yeah, I got it. Thanks. So yeah, so the goals of the talk, I really want to provide some context for those of you who haven't been a manager before on what the role is all about, being a technical manager. I want to give you a framework by which you can decide whether it's something that you want to pursue for yourself, for your team, and I want to give you some pointers, some things I've learned along the way that hopefully will help you succeed if you decide to go forward with that. So a quick background about me, I've been working in tech forever, worked at 6 different companies, founded a couple of startups. I've been lucky enough to work at a couple of hyper-growth companies that went through an IPO process, most recently with Rafi at Twitter, which was an incredible experience. And I think I've directly managed about 15 engineers who made this transition. Hopefully I've learned a little bit about how to make it successful from that experience. My contact info is here. I definitely welcome anybody to get in touch with me, especially if you try out any of the techniques that I'm recommending later in the talk. I'd love to know whether they work for you or not. That'd be great feedback for me. So let me give you some context. So you probably know startups don't tend to have management in mind when they get started. They have a couple of co-founders, they get some engineers on board, maybe a product person, maybe a designer, and they're really all about finding the right product. They're iterating fast. They're not really thinking about how we're going to manage the team in the future. Basically, the founders are making all the decisions. And they're looking for product market fit, and hopefully that's something that they find. And when they do, the company starts to grow. And I think Lennon touched on earlier the concept of organizational debt. As you're growing, again, you're not really thinking about management, you're just thinking about how do I get that next person on board, how do we get the next release out the door. And at some point, that organizational debt leaks out in some way. Either you miss a release, or somebody realizes like, we have no idea what's going on with that group of engineers over there, or maybe we have a couple of groups of engineers working at cross purposes. And so somebody wakes up and realizes like, hey, we need to get our management thing figured out. And the most likely way that surfaces is somebody who's doing some management kind of tasks comes to an engineer and says, Nina, I know you really like the engineering work you're doing, but can you please manage this team for me? And that's often the case. It's often the way that the company transitions from not having any thoughts about management to really starting to build a management team. Something I've observed over the years is that most tech companies have a bias towards doing this in-house. You can certainly hire managers from the outside, but there are advantages to converting individual contributors at a company, having them step into a management role. The main advantage is that those people have a ton of context about the products the team has been building, the way that the products have been built. They understand the customer base, the workflow that you're using, and all that is context that you would have to train somebody on if you brought them in from the outside. The bad thing is that most of those ICs probably have never managed before in their career. They have no idea what they're stepping into. And the founders probably aren't going to be effective coaches in helping them become managers. And you're already operating from a position of management debt. So that's kind of the situation we're going to find ourselves in. So I want to take a quick poll. How many in the room are managers today or have managed teams before? All right. Keep your hand up if, before you became a manager, you received some kind of management training. I'm going to put my hand down because I didn't. All right, we got one. So I did a similar poll with some friends of mine, some colleagues that I'd worked with at different companies before coming here. I asked them this question, basically the same question I asked you. I asked about 30 people, about half of them responded. So I got about 14 no's, and I got 1 yes. So very similar results to what we're seeing in this room. So this tells you this is a pretty common pattern across the industry. So we seem to have this sort of like just-in-time management approach. And this is kind of crazy. Like we have this really important function, and what we do is we take totally untrained beginners, people who've had 4-year degrees in computer science, prepare them to be an engineer, and then ask them to do something that they've totally never had to do training for. And you know, why does this happen? For a few different reasons. I think management skills tend to be undervalued. We talked before about the value of all the context that you have, the experience that the company perhaps that's more important than your management skill. The technical skills are really valued early on in a startup's life. And I think it's a really common thing for an engineer or for a founder to say, you know, management, it's like schedules and meetings and one-on-ones, and that's something you can do on the side, right? So that's kind of how things tend to go. This isn't something we're going to change, probably. Certainly not in this room right here. This is just kind of the way the industry operates. So let's fast forward to some point in the future. Again, you're at a company, the company's been growing. We need to figure out some way to get ourselves organized. We need somebody to become a manager. So somebody comes to you and asks you this question: can you please take over managing this team for me? So how do you think about, is this the right thing for me to do? Is this the right job for me? And am I the right person for the job? So I want to talk to you a little bit about what's going to happen if you decide to go for it. So I think a really great way to think about it is it's an entirely different job. Like I mentioned before, you may think you can just kind of bolt this on to your existing responsibilities, but that's probably not going to work, and we'll talk a little bit more later about why that's the case. It's really important to know now that you're going to have a team of people whose happiness in their work it's a major responsibility for you. Direct managers have a huge impact on job satisfaction. There's a ton of data out there that I'm going to kind of gloss over in this talk, but the way you interact with the people on your team has a huge impact on how much they enjoy their job. And similarly, you now have a new responsibility for the entire results of the team. Before you were responsible for your work, now you're responsible for everybody's work, even though you're actually not going to be doing that work yourself. And this is a big shift in the way you're thinking about your job from day to day, and it's important to kind of have that mental shift in mind before you take on the responsibility. I'm saying this kind of in stark terms, but you really need to be prepared to say goodbye to coding, and this includes architecture, design work, all that stuff. I definitely know coding managers that are out there. Some people are very hands-on, but I think as a new manager, it's really important that you're prepared to take this step. And I think, there's always a transition period. You're probably in the middle of some project. You want to be able to finish that up. But the longer you take to really embrace the new set of responsibilities that you have, the longer it's going to take for you to feel confident in that job. And then I think we've had several touches on the concept of autonomy. It's really important that you be able to step back from making those technical decisions and show the team that you trust them to make those decisions going forward. I think if you don't do that, that sense of autonomy is never going to be instilled in the team. So you've said goodbye to coding. Now it's time to say hello to your team. So what are you going to be doing instead of the coding and design work? It's really important that these are people you've been working with, but you really need to understand them at a deeper level than you did before. You need to understand what motivates them to come to work every day, what are their career aspirations, what's going to help them do their best work every day so that you can provide that context for them. We touched on expectations in David's talk. I think expectations are super important. Being able to set challenging, ambitious goals for the team. We've talked about communications in the last couple talks. Communicating is going to become a big part of your job. You're going to have access to information that your team doesn't have, and you're going to need to be able to relay that information to them. You're going to need to be able to communicate what's going on with your team to your peers and also to your managers above you. And I've touched on this a couple times now, but being able to trust the team with important technical decisions is really, really important. Okay, so going back, are you ready to say yes to this challenge? Now that you have all this stuff in mind, you know that things are going to be different, you're going to have a new set of responsibilities. Nina, are you ready to take on managing this team? All right, so what's going to happen? So I've broken down, I'm trying to get you through the first 90 days of the job, and I've broken it down into sort of 3 chunks. I think 90 days is long enough to know whether this is going to be the right thing for you and the right thing for the company. And I've broken it into kind of 3 phases just to have I think it is a really dynamic time, those first 90 days, and so I want to have these kind of distinct 3 phases for you to think about different parts of the job as you go forward. So the first part, the first 30 days, really need to think about owning your education. I've touched on this multiple times, but you're probably not an experienced manager. You probably receive very little training. Your company probably doesn't have a management training program. So if you really want to learn about management, this needs to be built into your daily process. all the time that you would otherwise be spending coding, doing code reviews, you should really be spending that thinking about how do I be effective in this job. Mentioned before, you need to be actively learning about your team. That comes through one-on-one meetings, it comes through team meetings, it comes through having lunch with your team. There's a variety of different ways you can learn about the people on your team. And then it's really important in these first 30 days to find a mentor. Hopefully there's somebody at the company that you can learn from. As I mentioned, that may not be the case. Maybe you have somebody that you've learned from at a prior job, somebody whose management talents you really respect. Maybe there's a consultant you can hire, but try to find somebody in your circle or put out a message on Twitter, hey, I'm looking for a mentor. There's got to be some way you can find someone who can give you some guidance. The next 30 days, this is where I see a lot of people fall into a couple of different new manager traps. One of them is you just get swamped with email and meetings. I've seen this dozens of times. New managers think, like, I got to go to all these meetings, I got to read all these emails, I now need to provide status reports to my manager, and they just get completely sucked in and they don't have any time to step back and think about how am I doing as a manager, what does my team need, etc. The second trap is that you don't actually step back from coding. A lot of times, this new work that you're doing, it's really foreign, it's strange. Maybe I've got a performance problem I need to deal with on the team, and that's really uncomfortable because I have to have this hard conversation with somebody. I really should help the team get through this next release because that's something I know how to do, and I can feel really good about myself getting that done. So it's a really common trap. And the best technique I've come up with for how to deal with this is to build yourself what I call an event loop. This is basically a set of checklists for things that you need to review every day, every week, and every month. And it's basically, it's really important that you block off time on your calendar to review these checklists. And I'll give you an example in the next slide of what these look like. So again, we sort of have the daily, the weekly, and the monthly. These are just some examples. I think it's really important for you to build this for yourself. But there's sort of the different aspects of the job and what do you need to review every single day. An example with kind of in the people category, every day if you're in recruiting mode, you should be thinking about what do I need to do to close the candidates in my pipeline. That's something you can't afford to let slide because you're really thinking about the coding work that you really want to be doing. Similarly, you may have some critical projects that are coming up to release. Do you know what the status of those projects and what you need to do to help your team achieve those? Kind of on the monthly basis, which is the stuff that's the easiest to forget about because it's the longer term stuff. It's, if you have a monthly check-in with yourself, some of the things you might think about are, have I communicated my expectations to everybody on the team? Maybe you have some new team members and you haven't had that conversation with them yet. Are we managing things the right way? Maybe there's some process changes we should make to make things a little bit more streamlined in our company, in our team. And so again, these are just some examples, but I think the key factor is that you actually block off the time to sort of review how am I doing on these management responsibilities that I have, and make sure that you're actually stepping away from email, stepping away from meetings, stepping away from coding, and taking care of those. All right, we're in the last 30 days. So I think this is the time when you probably have some gut feel about how this is going for you. Maybe you're feeling pretty good, or maybe you're not so sure. Here's a couple things to think about, to double check. I think by this time you should have enough familiarity with your team that you can take this little simple test. You can basically sit down and in 1 minute per person enumerate what is uniquely awesome about that person and how am I going to leverage that awesomeness to make the team more effective. And I kind of cribbed this from this guy, Marcus Buckingham, who did a ton of work with Gallup polling thousands and thousands of managers and employees to figure out what made great managers great. And the ability to do this was one of those factors that emerged from that study. And then kind of a similar thing, like after this amount of time with the team and thinking about how the team is doing, you should be able to kind of bump up a level and get a sense of, are there changes that we need to make in the way we're doing things or the messaging that I'm giving to the team? I have an example that's linked here. Hopefully you guys can get access to the slides and find this online, but this guy that worked for me, Glenn Sanford, about this far into his management role, he realized, we're really not doing what we need to do on code reviews. We're really kind of inconsistent, and he realized he hadn't communicated his expectations of the code review process to the team. And so I wrote this white paper. I encourage you all to read it. It's really, really well done, and it really changed the code quality and the efficiency by which the team got their code out the door. And then the last thing is, by now you should actually be having an impact on whether the team is delivering. If you see that the team has actually fallen back from their ability to deliver, that's not a good sign. Hopefully you're actually improving the team's ability to deliver, and that's really what matters most to the company. All right, so now's your chance to decide, how's this going? And I really encourage this to be an active decision. This is something you should really make consciously and not just sort of slide forward and end up feeling really bad because you just don't like this job. Or even if you're feeling really good, it should be something that you choose to go forward with. And it's really important if you decide this isn't right for you, that's okay. I think a lot of companies, we avoid calling management transitions a promotion. You might notice I haven't used the word promotion anywhere in here. It's not really a promotion, it's really an entirely different job. And so going back to it should be just an active choice to re-engage with what you're passionate about, what you're strongest at. And if you decided to go, that's great. You still have a ton of learning to do. 3 months into being an engineer, you still had a lot to learn about being an engineer, so it's important you kind of maintain that learning attitude going forward. So along those lines, a couple suggestions. I'm actually going to start with the last one. You know, Lennon talked about building a learning environment and different ways that you can do that. I think that's really important in the management vein in addition to the technology vein. So find a way to have a set of peers that you meet with regularly to talk about, hey, here's some issues that I'm having, how do you deal with those? Or maybe you want to hear about how Dale is so great at dealing with jackass engineers. Dale, can we have you talk at this month's brown bag lunch? That would be great. So figure out a way to have that be just part of your natural habit of coming to work every day. Something that I've noticed over the years that there's been a bunch of studies about as well is that there's a tendency with managers to focus on, like, I gotta fix the problems with my team. Like, this guy, he's mouthing off in meetings all the time. I gotta get him to stop doing that. Or this person's really not good at this aspect of their job and I'm gonna fix that. And in general, what I found is that it's actually better to focus on what they're best at and make what they're best at even better. I think in general, there's much more upside on the strength side than there is on addressing weaknesses. Certainly if there's performance problems on the team, you gotta address those head on. Usually that means managing somebody out if it's that bad. But again, the upside on focusing on strength I think is much higher than addressing minor weaknesses. And then the last thing is, managers often operate in an information vacuum. It's sometimes hard to know, like if you decide like, hey, we're gonna change the way we do code reviews, is this really working for the team or not? Sometimes people are afraid to speak up, especially engineers who tend to be sort of inwardly focused. So find that one person on your team who's maybe a little bit mouthy, maybe a little bit, oversharing, or somebody who you just really trust, who also trusts you, and you can let them know, like, hey, I really need to know what's the response been on this change. So find your truth teller and really leverage that relationship. Here's some pointers to things that I've found really valuable. I love Peopleware, it's my favorite book ever. It's getting a little bit dated, but it's still got tons of wisdom in it. And a couple of other pointers, but anyway, that's it. Thanks a lot. There's actually been a big shift. Oh, sorry, the question is, or the comment was, even though I'm saying don't think about it as a demotion, isn't it true that in most companies managers get paid more and that management transition is considered a promotion? Actually, at least in the area that we work, that's definitely not true anymore. It used to be true, I think, in earlier times, maybe when I first got into the industry. But now there's definitely a focus on having separate, what are called tech ladders. So the job family of an individual contributor engineer, and there's a separate job family for an engineering manager, and you can progress separately on each track. And moving from, like, say, a senior engineer over to being an engineering manager is really viewed as a lateral transition. It doesn't necessarily mean that your salary changes. In fact, if you're a super experienced engineer and you go to be a very junior manager, your salary could theoretically decline. You might be out of band for the salary range for that position. So there. No, this is true at Twitter. I'm pretty sure this is true at Facebook and Google. This is becoming more and more the standard, that you have a separate job ladder for engineers from managers. And I think it's generally viewed as being successful. Yeah. You can just shout. I can repeat the question. Oh.
Yeah. Okay, concerning saying goodbye to coding. So do we have to understand that not writing code at all? Because, well, in my opinion, like having 20% of time, or I don't know, 15% of time writing code should always help to keep track on what's going on, to understand everything more deeply. So should we understand not coding at all or switching to other tasks?
Yeah, I said, what's that? Yeah, do you guys code? Any of you guys code? Yeah? No. Yeah, so I said that in kind of a stark way because I think you need to be prepared for that situation. It's really going to depend on the challenge of the team, how easily you adapt to doing all the management work. For some people, I think as you gain experience, it becomes more and more just kind of a natural thing for you to know how to respond to certain management challenges, and that might free up time for doing code reviews, potentially doing some coding. But I think initially, most of the managers, new managers that I've observed, they get almost overwhelmed. The other problem that comes up is maybe they feel like, hey, I'm kind of doing okay, I'm going to do a little bit of 20% time. What will happen is that they'll end up blocking other people because they're waiting on their work to finish. So you need to be really selective about what coding tasks you take on if you decide you're ready for that. For me, it's kind of a rule. Like if you're a new manager, you can't code, and then as you become more and more adept at being a manager, more and more comfortable in the role, especially if you have a smaller team, then we can talk about it. I don't know if you want to add anything.
Yeah, slide. I put up my hand to say that I do code, but I think this is absolutely right. So I think that the biggest mistake that I see new managers make is that they end up being, coding's really absorbing. It's awesome. You get into this flow and you're like, your head's down for the whole day. And then you get to the end of the day and it's like, check your email. Oh, look, some things went wrong today. You need to be on top of that. So I think your observation, which is if I can spend some time working in the same code base as the team, that actually helps me understand what's going on. It's a good one. But that's like, when everything else is working really well and you can find a way to do that at a time that's not going to block anyone. So personally, I do write some code in my team's code base, but I only do it on plane flights at the weekend, and I do it mostly for fun.
And I think you can use that EM event loop to help you decide. Like if you get through your checklist and everything's rocking, that's maybe a sign that, okay, I could probably try to do a little bit of coding. Yeah, go ahead.
Team leads are mostly, for example, a senior developer can be a team lead, yeah? You don't find it like a manager position.
So I think you're talking about tech leads, which is a role that some companies have, which is the sort of the senior technical leader on the team. And I think that the easiest way I can distinguish that from a manager is that the manager is not responsible for the technical decisions, but the tech lead is. So the tech lead makes sure that all the technology decisions that we've made are the right ones. I think
then a question
Alex may disagree that you can maybe enable the team to make their own decisions, but a lot of companies, the tech lead owns
then
that
a cross question, what exactly is manager responsible for then?
Manager is responsible for the total output of the team, which is not just the individual technology decisions, but what I think, looking back on David's talk, like you've set some ambitious goals for the user to impact the user experience, like you're going to improve the speed of the website by 20%. And if your team is responsible for that objective, then the manager is responsible for achieving that objective. Obviously, everybody plays a part in that, but the manager ultimately is responsible for how well the team does. And hiring to fulfill that objective. And there's a lot that goes into that. There's like career development, performance management, all that stuff. But at the end of the day, that's the ultimate responsibility.
So more high-level objectives, right? What are you?
What's that?
Oh, thanks. Okay, I have a question.
Yes, I want to get back to that, but go ahead.
Do you want to?
No.
What do you consider great upward management feedback? Because I think a lot of times, especially at Google, they really encourage us to, give your manager some feedback, but oftentimes, like you said, it's kind of difficult to know how honest you can be with your manager. Are there any examples of great upward feedback that you've gotten that you've really remembered or appreciated or pivoted your style on?
Yeah, I think a couple of people have talked about trust, and you have to have trust. You have to really invest in that with your team in order to get that honest feedback. I think it's important for you to solicit it, especially off-cycle from performance reviews, which is when typically you get some manager feedback, and that's also a very high-risk time to give that feedback. But I think soliciting that from your team is a really important thing to do. Yep. Are we done?
So one thing D-Loft did really well with me is that when he wanted to give me particular feedback, he'd basically just be like, Rafi, and I'm just like, you sort of learn that tone of voice, and you just be like, okay, what did I do wrong? And it's not like necessarily what I do wrong, it's more like what can I do better in a lot of ways, like whether it be presenting in front of a group, or whether it be like not cutting a particular project in time or stuff like that. And I think trust is really the thing. Like, you just learn to be comfortable with saying like you screwed up that one, and being also comfortable with the fact that the other person might be like, I actually don't think I did. And so like being able to have that back and forth is actually the most important thing, both up and down, I think.
Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead. I'll tell you what Rafi is great at. Sorry, before you go. Rafi was great at deciding what not to do, and I'm terrible at that. Rafi always knew what things could be dropped and what to focus on, and for me, that's always been a challenge. But yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much for the interesting talk. One question about the 19 days period. So great managers are also meant to be great leaders. And from leaders, people await actions, and people wait them to lead by action. And for me, sitting 90 days and learning and reading books and evaluating myself and probably not acting on my new position might be a bit, so I mean, is there a risk to missing that transition point to the managerial position? So the rest of the team not thinking, you are just sitting and like not acting, and when you really should do the transition for yourself and for the team. Thank you.
Sorry, I think I missed the question.
I mean, you told us that 90 days you should first invest to yourself,
Yes.
like learning your new position,
Oh.
then evaluate yourself, learn about team. So my question was, like, real leaders should act and lead by example and so
Yes.
on, motivate the team, inspire everyone and so
yep.
on. So is there a risk of missing that transition because of that 90 days just period? I mean, should you do the transition more, not as smoother, but so that
Maybe. I think, related to this, I think it's worth being open with your team about how you're approaching this and how you're going to make a decision. I think that's another way to build trust, is to not keep from them kind of how you're approaching it, and like the fact that, hey, here's how I'm going to learn about management. Hey, I've signed up this mentor. Hey, I'm really working on this event loop thing. Let me show you what I'm doing there. Like, I think you can share all that with your team. I do think leadership is slightly different from management. If I was to crystallize the distinction, I would say that leadership is about understanding what's common amongst a group of people and being able to find a way to activate that commonality, whereas management is knowing about what's different between everybody and being able to act on that. I actually find the former, for me, harder than the latter. They certainly overlap quite a bit, but that's how I would distinguish between them.
One other thing that I think tends to happen when a company is making new managers usually means that not everything is going perfectly. right? Like the team's too big, there aren't enough managers, you know, whatever. So even just being there as a steadying force, doing regular one-on-ones, sort of minding the ship, is probably going to be apparent to your team. They're not going to think that you're doing nothing. So, you know, some of that is like usually you're not creating managers just because you're doing it because there's actually a serious gap in the organization. And so folks will probably, maybe they won't even put their finger on the root cause, but suddenly everything will just be going a little bit smoother and they'll be a little bit less stressed out if it's working. And so that helps a little bit.
I've seen sometimes when there is a problem and we are trying to solve a problem by adding more managers. Maybe you have seen also. So what's your thought? Like today many people speak about self-organized teams and less managers, like manager has manager and that kind of, it goes up hierarchy. It's not very good. What's your opinion? What's the golden ratio with management, and how should people report to one manager? Because we have team lead, manager, there are PAs or Ps, and I think most of us, software engineers, it's better to interact with technical people than managers. I don't know, sometimes it's easier.
Well, I do believe that managers should be technical. I think even, I think you need to be able to have a technical conversation with your manager. That's really important. Even if they don't have the same software engineering background you do, I think if your manager can't relate to the work that you're doing and understand how to give you guidance on your career development, then that's a problem. I think as to like what's the golden ratio, I do think that kind of the 7 plus or minus 2 is sort of in my ballpark. At Twitter, we had sort of a rule about no more than 10 per manager. I think that's a pretty good rule. I think as an organization, you have to be mindful of when you're throwing managers at the problem. I think one way you could look at that is whether your hiring is actually helping you achieve your goals more effectively or not at sort of the highest level. But I'm not sure how else to answer that particular part of your question, but hopefully I got the other parts.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, we're at the end of our day here. So a few things. One, once we actually finish off, feel free to make your way downstairs into the courtyard, all on the first floor. There'll be people in the elevator to help you out. There'll be like wine and cheese and stuff like that. And we'll also be doing tours of the TUMO Center. So if you guys have never actually been downstairs in the center, we'll be organizing a few of those. You can tag along with us. From my perspective, I think this day has been actually pretty awesome, especially because like I'm watching some of what I think are some of the best engineering leaders in the world, and they're taking notes from each other. Like I'm watching them like scribble down a few things here and there. So it's clearly, I think, started working well for us. So I want to get a round of applause for our speakers. So I don't want to put words in their mouths, but a lot of them put contact information on the screen, so I'm pretty sure that means you should feel free to contact them as we move forward if you have any questions and stuff like that. Like you should use them as resources, not just for today, although you should find them downstairs while they're drinking, but not just today, you should be able to reach out to them going forward. I also want to do 2 more rounds of applause. One for Shushan from TUMO, who basically organized the whole ability for us to take over this space. And one more for Glenn from HIVE. Like the guy has been working absolutely nonstop to coordinate both the traveling schedule of all the speakers, when we're going to go on stage, getting all this stuff done. So Glenn over there. Okay. Thank you for coming. I hope we do this again. I hope when we do this again, you guys will be on the stage with me and I don't have to drag all these people across the world to do it. But yeah, I'll see you downstairs. Thanks.